Alrighty, well, welcome to this week's Clockwork Ask Us Anything. I guess you could almost call it a special delivery episode because there's a little bit of activity. In fact, we might as well go straight to that as our first news article. And thanks, big shout out to Richard Chapman for taking this photo, which Richard, if you're on, if you want to jump on and explain.
No, yeah, sorry, Howard. No, it wasn't me. It was Vader Prime. It was Vader Prime that retweeted it from. Oh, I don't know. It was on the Twitter thing.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. So I take no credit.
Okay, well, you made me aware of it, so I'll give you that credit at least anyway.
Well, it was Robin that made me aware of it. So on Twitter.
Cool. Well, we just got
they need the credit.
That's all good. But clearly we can see a whole bunch of Model 3s to the right-hand side. And the cool thing is that they're almost all white. Looks like there's a couple of red ones there. I think this patch here is another vehicle, another model. And so, all of these others. So this is, I think, just one of several shipments that are coming. But clearly white is Poverty Pearl White is the most popular color. And that's cool because it's a great color. We believe there's about 300 coming and they're going to be delivered at about a rate of 15 to 20 cars per day. And in fact, something we'll cover a little bit later is the delivery process, because this time it's going to be particularly rapid. It's just the way it's going to be, unfortunately, but we'll be able to give you some support and some advice on how to deal with that. I've only got a couple of news items. I mean, there's lots of other things that have happened, but one thing to note, which has been quite controversial, particularly in the States, is that Tesla have removed the Model 3 and Y passenger seat lumbar support. I think a lot of people thought that was going to be the driver's lumbar as well, but it's not. So that's still in place. That's still adjustable, but the front passenger has been deleted, at least in Fremont-built cars. So I don't know if anyone's particularly sure that that's happened to any of the Shanghai cars. And of course, any of the cars coming now have already been built a month ago, or if not longer. So no doubt they will have passenger lumbar support. So it's not that much of a big deal. One good thing to note is that, the rear seat, passenger seats never had lumbar support in any case. So you really only stop inconveniencing your front passenger. And Elon Musk sort of has stated that according to their data, the passenger lumbar seat has hardly ever been adjusted in most cars, if ever. But it's still controversial. So no doubt the interwebs are sort of murmuring about it and discussing it intently, but it is what it is. The next thing is also Models 3 and Y, to a lesser extent S's and X's, but none of those exist yet, as in the new version, at least for Australia. And that is that the internal camera has been activated. And that's mainly to do with monitoring that the driver is paying attention. And there is a setting, if and when you get a software update, which actually mentions this, and it does assure owners that if you don't have data sharing on for this feature, that no images from the cabin, from inside the cabin, will be uploaded to any server. So it will just be strictly for the use of the internal computer to work out if you're staying alert or if there are any issues. Something we'll mention later on too is that it looks like there's also going to be some additional features coming, and that's as a result of some patents that were issued for the Cybertruck. But we'll get into that a little bit later on. But they actually also use the internal camera for some really interesting purposes. The last bit of news really for us is, that the state government last year committed to building the West Australian Electric Highway, which is a fast DC network from Perth to Esperance, Perth to Kalgoorlie, and Perth to Kununurra. Well, it turns out that it looks like in about 2 weeks' time, that entire project is going to go out to tender. So obviously, as soon as we've got the tender document, we'll publish it, and then we'll be able to know where all the sites are and what the respective power supplies for all those charges will be. It's rumoured to be between 50 and 150 kilowatts, depending on location. So, you know, it makes sense that most of the roadhouses will have the small 50 kilowatt charges. Major towns will have the 150 kilowatt charges, and then perhaps some smaller towns will have the 75. As a way of comparison, in a Model 3, a 50 kilowatt charger will get you about 300 kilometres of range added per hour at a peak rate. Obviously, the 75 is I guess it's 450 k's off the top of my head, and the 150 is about 900 k's. So that's really cooking with gas when you've got the 150 kilowatt chargers. Obviously, as we know, we've got the Williams supercharger being built. I'm not aware of any new developments since the conduits went in, but when that is completed, you'll be able to charge your car, your Model 3s, in well in excess, at least for a brief period of time, well in excess of 1,000 kilometres per hour. So in a matter of a few minutes, say, let's call it 10 minutes, you'll be able to, if you're coming from Albany, top up at Williams and get to Perth with maybe only 5 or 10 minutes of charging time needed. So that's pretty awesome. Since it's a delivery, we're in sort of delivery mode, which is sort of approaching the end of the quarter, it'd be interesting to see anyone here who is going to pick up a car this week or next week or sometime soon. So
Harold, hi everyone. This is Sarath. How are you? Good to see you guys again.
Sarath,
Yeah.
how are you?
Hi. Hey, I get my car actually. I got confirmation that I'm getting my car on the 9th, which is next Wednesday. So 1 week to celebrate. And just a matter of completing my paperwork and paying the money. And then they said, come and pick it up and on the 9th. So that is what it is. So
what time, out of interest?
Yeah, it is, I think 9:30 in the morning.
It seems that they're doing 2 slots. I think they're doing a morning one, which is about 9:30, and an afternoon slot, I think, which was 2 p.m. or 3 p.m., something like that.
Right.
And it seems likely that they're going to do them in big batches. So there's going to be perhaps a dozen cars, a dozen new owners that will all get that delivery sort of semi-simultaneously. Okay. So it's going to be very intense. So it's probably a good time to sort of discuss what you should do when you sort of get there, because it's all, you know, really exciting. And it truly is. It's an awesome thing. So you're going to have a lot of questions, but they're probably not going to have a lot of time, because one issue the Osborne Park showroom and service centre have is that the rest of their business operations have to sort of continue to function as normal, or at least that's what Tesla is intending. So that means that the regular test drives that they give people, and, you know, people walking up to look at cars for the first time, all of those functions still need to proceed. And they're sort of doing the deliveries in small sort of group, a small part of time or part of the day, so as not to interfere with the rest of the functioning. So it's going to be very intense.
Right.
There'll be a lot of questions that you'll probably have, which would be best to ask here.
Yeah.
Because we can answer all of them. So for instance, one example is they'll say, you know, congratulations, here's your car. So first thing you should do is just have a thorough look at the outside of the car, just to make sure there's no, you know, obvious defects, you know, if there's a scratch or a little dent or something, which on average never you know, you don't have, but, you know, it can happen. So just have a thorough look. Now, obviously they can't do anything about it there and then, but the important thing is just to have that acknowledged. So you can just, for instance, and it can be as easy as you just taking a photo of it. So if there's anything that concerns you, just take a photo. And they may even be too busy to sort of address it right then, but at least you can say, look, I've taken a photo, and they'll say, yeah, no problems, because obviously your photo is timestamped, and they'll then be able to deal with it after all the delivery commotion is finished in the next couple of weeks or 3 weeks or so. So it's important that if there's anything you're concerned about, document it there and then. But just know that through necessity that will be dealt with later on, should there be anything.
Also, I would mention, if you get asked whether you're happy with everything, maybe just say, look, a bit too excited at the moment. Give me 24 hours and I'll have more of a thorough look over the car tomorrow, and I'll let you know then. So yeah. Probably if you get asked that question, or if you get asked to sign anything, just say, look, give me 24 hours. It's all very rushed at the moment, and I'm very excited. So I'd rather take my time and look the car over properly, and I'll let you know tomorrow.
Great idea. Thank you.
Yeah, that's an awesome point, Pete. Yeah, dead right. Because it is a bit overwhelming, because you sort of got this information overload. What they will do is they will enroll your phone as a key. So they'll give you 2 credit card size proximity cards, which are basically, in one sense, they're sort of like backup methods of getting into your car, unlocking your car and using your car, because your prime method will be your mobile.
Yeah. Because
everyone walks around, drives around with their mobile phones. So they will basically have time to, so by the way, if you haven't yet, it's a great time to, before delivery. Oh yes, Nigel's is holding up the Tesla card right there. Yeah, it's a pretty cool looking black card. And the card itself even tells you where to put it so that you can enable the car to drive. Nice one, Nigel. So what was the other thing? Yeah, so that's what mainly used as a backup. But of course, you can use it as a primary source if you're going to the beach or something and you haven't got your phone with you. The great thing about the card is it's waterproof, so it doesn't matter if it gets wet or whatever. But they'll basically enroll your phone into as a key card. They may or may not add your phone as a Bluetooth device. So that's a good thing to do. Oh, sorry, the thing I was going to say is what you should do before you get there, because you'll save a little bit of time, is make sure you've downloaded the Tesla app on your phone.
Right.
So if it's an iPhone, just go to the App Store, iTunes. And if it's a Google phone, just go to the App Store and download the Tesla app. And it basically looks like the logo to my right.
Right, yeah.
Or the left of the screen, which has got it's in red and it's got that Tesla logo. And I think it says it's made by Tesla. In fact, Gil was just showing the Tesla app there. Yeah, it's just red with the white Tesla logo. Beautiful. So download that. You can actually log in with your email address and the password that was set when they were communicating to you about setting up the purchase of the car. So that can all be ready to go. Your car will actually appear when they hand it over to you. So they will then transfer that to your account and the VIN will show up, it'll all appear. And your car will then be there for you to control. And the cool thing is, as we've said several times before, you can do great things with the app on your phone. You can, from anywhere in the world, whether you're sitting in the car or on the other side of the world, you can do things like turn on the air conditioner. You can lock and unlock the car. You can lock or unlock the front. Sorry, you can unlock the front, the bonnet. You can. Oh, the Model 3s now have got power lift gates, haven't they?
They do, yep.
So you can open and close the boot and do a number of other things as well. turn the air conditioner on and off, or adjust its temperature, and quite a few other functions. But it definitely will save time if you make sure you've downloaded the Tesla app on your phone. And for that matter, you can even log in now. It will just say that there are no cars available to display. But that's cool, doesn't matter.
So before you forget, and you said first thing that I have to do is to make sure there is no any noticeable defects, and if there is any, just make a note of. And is there anything else that comes to your mind?
And take a photo.
Yeah,
take a photo.
Take a photo of anything that worries you.
Yeah.
Whether it's a scratch or something. If you see paint swirls, so when they polish a car and clean it, you might see some sort of swirls. So you'll see that sort of against the sun.
Yeah.
Just document it. They won't be able to do really anything about it there and then.
Yeah.
Unless it's something like they've left a bit of, well, which I probably won't, but if they've left a bit of protection film or something on something, you can say, oh, look, can you just whip that off or whatever. But just make sure you document anything that concerns you whatsoever.
Yeah, sure.
I think that's the main thing, because like I said, it's very intense.
Yeah.
One thing just to check, they probably will check it, but it's good to check, is you'll get a box that's about a bit bigger than A4 size. So it's a bit bigger than a sheet of paper.
Right.
That's black, and it contains your portable charger.
Right.
So that's probably a good thing to make sure you have got. That will be in the boot. That'll be sitting in the back of the boot. Because when you get home, of course, you'll be thinking, well, how do I charge this car? How do I put more energy into it? Well, the simplest thing to do is simply plug in what they call the Universal Mobile Connector, UMC, and it's got two tails that plug into the body of this thing, which come out. One has got a 10 amp plug, the other one has a 15 amp. All houses have 10 amp plugs, sockets, the standard outlets. So in your garage or wherever, you can just plug that into your house, plug it into your car, and for instance, overnight, you'll get approximately 120 kilometers of extra range that night.
Right.
One other thing to note is, because Tesla have limited resources as far as charging in Perth, most of the cars won't be fully charged. They'll probably be at about 40%. Hopefully in some cars a bit more than that. If there's anyone here that has a long trip to go home, so say you're in Busselton or Albany or anywhere distant, ring Tesla, ring whoever your salesperson is, and tell them, hey, as you know, I live in Busselton or Albany. Please make sure my car has more charge in it, and they will put a special effort into doing that.
Yeah.
Now, but obviously when you get home, the first thing you can do is just charge it up from your 10 amp outlet. When it comes to further charging later on, we can get to that at a later stage. There are lots of ways of charging. There's a few adapters you can buy if you want, if they're useful, but you can certainly borrow them for free from the club.
Yeah. Now, only thing is in relation to the charging. Now, I'm actually located here CBD, so my traveling is pretty much not more than 100 kilometers per week. Very small quantities.
Yep.
Even if I go to regional areas, probably very rarely I do that. So for my purpose, if I do use 10 or 15 amp charging, will that suffice every night? If I do that, will the car enough?
Yeah, like I said, if you give the car will basically gain about 12 kilometers of range per hour.
Right.
So in a 10-hour period or 12-hour period, you've got 120, 130 kilometers added.
Right. Overnight.
Overnight.
Right.
Or if it's the weekend and you've got your car sitting there during the daytime, it'll gain even more.
Right.
So in the case where you're only using the car, a couple of 100 Ks a week, the 10 amp is perfect. You don't even have to go any further. That's as good as it has to get.
Beautiful. Thank you.
It's only if you're doing sort of longer trips where you may want to replenish the charge in the car quicker, that you want to step up to the next sort of charger. or just a convenience thing. You might, the car may be half charged, and you sort of on a whim decide, well, in the next few hours I want to do a bit of a road trip. Well, in that case, you may be better off having a more powerful charger. But if you're only using a couple of Ks a week, you don't need to bother at this stage. You can always do that later.
Sure.
There's plenty of time to sort of sort that out later on.
Okay, thanks.
Well, Harold, I'm actually taking my Tesla and 3 passengers on the grain silo tour.
Awesome.
The ARC tour. So we're going from Perth to Merredin, and then I guess we probably go to Hopetown via Lake Grace the next day, and then from Hopetown through Pingrup to Katanning, then on to Margaret River.
Nice.
I've got the right, the Tesla's 6 months old, and it's got the right charging adapter for most chargers. But has anyone had any issues with those publicly available chargers in Merredin or Lake Grace, or and by the way, in Hopetown there's a motel that has a Tesla charger as well.
Okay, so the first one you said was Merredin.
Yeah.
So Merredin has a couple of charging options. There is a Tesla destination charger there.
Yes. Yep. Mm-hmm.
And it seems to be okay. One of its restrictions is I think it's still only available during business hours, Monday to Friday.
I actually rang that visitor centre, and they said it was kept unlocked all the time now.
Oh, great.
So fingers crossed on that one.
Okay. Now the main point is, if you peruse PlugShare, there is the destination charger, which, by the way, when you look on your map on your car and you press the lightning symbol, which is the bottom icon. So I think the top icon is it implies that there's a satellite photo. So you get the aerial image or the map. Then you've got, north up. I think there's the north up, the orientation. You've then got the type of map, and beneath that is a lightning symbol, and that'll show all the charging locations known to Tesla. And they are the Tesla destination chargers and superchargers. So the Merredin one will show up, but there is also another charger that's nearby at the community centre, or leisure centre, which is a Type 2. So if you've got a Type 2 to Type 2 cable, which
that's the little adapter that came with my cable in the boot, I think, in the square.
No,
that's
so you've got a Model S.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. No, that adapter is different. So you actually need a cable, which I'm just trying to make it bigger. Well, this is a curly version of it, but you need a Type 2 to Type 2 cable.
Right.
This is actually a Kona, but it's got the same connection. So what you can do, when are you going on this trip?
Leaving on Saturday morning.
Okay. In that case, you can borrow one from the club. So
right.
What I'll do is I'll just momentarily get off this, and I'll just put my number on chat.
I'll give you a call later.
Give me a call.
Thank you very much.
And then you can just borrow a cable. So getting back to this location at the community centre, you can just plug in here as well, and that's also free.
Yes.
And that's an alternative. So obviously go to the destination charger initially because that's the most convenient.
Yeah.
But if you find there's an issue, you can go to the community centre, which is just nearby.
Yeah. My car with just 2 of us in it has a range pretty close to 600 kilometres, but I'm not sure with 4, it might be a little less. But I think I'm okay. I've got Merredin, and then we'll stop in Lake Grace on the way. And then...
Are you going to Corrigan or to Hyden?
We'll probably go, well, I'm not too sure. I think we're going to go down to, to Lake Grace.
Yes, Lake Grace is
via
here.
Hayden.
Yep.
Yep.
So it's,
Probably via Hayden. Yes.
cool. Okay. No worries. Well, look, in a Model S, you're going to make that easily. Lake Grace has a 50 kilowatt fast DC charger.
Oh, great.
One little pro tip is if you're with, I think it's Optus or Vodafone or possibly both,
Mm-hmm.
you won't have internet communications. So you need to use the ChargeFox app to start charging or to initiate charging at the charger.
Okay, I have got ChargeFox and I've got Next Charge and
Yes.
yeah.
So what you can do, it's too late now to go and get a card or probably sort a card out. I mean, well, let's just presume you can't. What you can do if you're with, well, put it this way, are you with Telstra?
I'm not. I'm with Optus.
Okay, cool, right. So because you've got 3 passengers with you,
Yep.
you can walk up to the visitor centre.
Yep.
Which is just up the road. It's to the west of the charger, just up the hill slightly on the same side of the road. And they have a Wi-Fi hotspot.
Oh, good. Okay.
So you tether your phone to the Wi-Fi hotspot. I think it's a couple of 100 meters from the charger.
Right.
You then press start charge,
Mm-hmm.
and then you wave to your wife or partner, whatever,
Yeah.
or whoever passenger, and get them to plug the charger into the car.
Okay.
And then
Right.
then you can start charging.
Right.
So that's a pro tip.
Alex is showing the Next Charge card there.
Yes, he is. He's trying to. There it is. Yes, you can actually get a Next Charge card.
Oh, okay.
And in fact, you can actually, if you
This one's actually ChargeFox, Harold, sorry.
Sorry, ChargeFox, sorry.
ChargeFox. Sorry,
ChargeFox.
Working.
If you want to show something on the screen, you take your background off and
Yes.
it's
I'm going
clearer.
to do that.
He's got.
Right
Yeah.
arrow, up arrow on the
There we go,
stop.
there we go.
window.
Yes, that's it. That's the one.
That's the one. That's what you need.
And you can actually get it for free. So if you can actually just order it, you can just request it. What you can also do is, if you've got a MyFair card of any sort, so say a Smart Rider, and you know the serial number of it, you can tell them the serial number and they can add it to your account. To be honest, I haven't tried it, but that's something that can be done. But at this late stage, it's just best to have the contingency, walk up to the visitor centre or the information building, tether off the Wi-Fi, use that to trigger the app, and then get someone to plug the car in at the charger.
I think my wife has Telstra, in which case I can hotspot her phone as well.
Yeah, of course. Yes. Yep. Or you could
Okay.
even install the ChargeFox app on her phone and just log in with your credentials, and she can you can just do it that way as well.
Okay,
So,
good.
so that's cool too.
Yeah. So I think I'm right then, and this shouldn't be. So I'll talk to you later about the Type 2 adapter.
Yes. Yeah. Give me a call and we'll sort that out before Saturday. And so from Lake Grace, you're going to Canyon, I think you said.
Going out to Ravensthorpe and Hopetown. So that's only 260 kilometres. So
Yes.
it should be fine there. And then I can fill up there because there's a motel with a Tesla charger.
Yes, there is.
In
Greenhaven Caravan Park.
There's another one too. There is another one.
Right.
Which I can probably. I'll check and see if I can get that.
Cool. There is also at Hopetoun, there's the Wavecrest Bar and Bistro. I've actually used that as well.
Oh yeah, no, right. It's the Wavecrest. It's the Wavecrest one. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Terrific.
So there are actually 2 chargers there, and it's in a box.
Yeah.
Meter box.
Yeah, and I can just use my normal.
That plugs straight in. So that's that's got a self-contained cable, so that just plugs straight in, as does the one at Meriden, the test to destination charger in Meriden.
Right. Well, it sounds like I'm pretty okay now. If I just to be sure, I'll just put a little bit of extra energy in Lake Grace, and that should be it.
Are you overnighting anywhere, or is it just a day trip?
Overnighting? No, we're overnighting in Meriden, and we're overnighting at Hopetown, so there would be no problem.
Yeah, cool.
And then Katanning, I know what to do in Katanning.
Yes, Tanning's easy. That's at the Dome Cafe.
Sure. And then Margaret River, we've both got we've got our chargers.
Tanning Hotel.
I've got an Elon Musk personally signed charger at my place. So
yeah, awesome, nice,
black
very
one.
nice. Yeah. And at Margaret River, you're sorted, and there's plenty of fast DC. Well, yeah, you're about to get if you do an overnight at Margaret River, you'll be able to get from Margaret River to Perth without charging at all.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, there's no problem. Yeah, I was a little bit concerned because of the 4 passengers, but thanks for that. That's terrific.
Actually, one great thing is adding a bit of extra weight to a cart, to an EV, adds very little extra burden as far as efficiency.
Ah, okay.
Because particularly most of the time it would be traditionally, because a conventional vehicle, as you're accelerating, you've got to put a lot of energy to move the extra weight. And when you're braking it, you just wasted as heat to the brake pads. Electric car, of course, it's recovered in regeneration. So you've only got a little bit extra rolling resistance in your tires, and that's the only effect. So extra weight has got very little consequence.
Oh, that's terrific. That's encouraging. I have one other, just a brief question. I've recently discovered the chill mode in acceleration and so on, and and although I don't use it very often, it doesn't seem to change the power consumption at all. Would that be right?
Pretty much. Chill. All that chill does. It makes
rate of acceleration, doesn't it?
It makes the Model S perform more like a standard petrol car as far as acceleration. It still accelerates pretty hard, and when you're just cruising down the highway, it makes zero difference to any consumption. All it does is, if you can't trust yourself not to put your foot on the right pedal too hard, chill mode, you could put your pedal to the metal and it'll only accelerate moderately rather than really heavily. And that's all it does. It's really just derating your accelerator pedal, nothing else. So on a long drive, it makes zero difference to any range whatsoever.
Okay, thank you.
Cool, no worries.
Excuse me, can you hear me?
Yes, Kerry, welcome.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, you can hear me. Thank you. Can I ask a question now?
Of course.
X model, the garage door opening ability of an X model when it comes near your garage.
Oh, Model X. Okay, so that's the home link. How old is your Model X?
A couple of months.
Oh, great.
Or maybe
more.
I
think you have to buy it off Tesla.
I went to Tesla. But and it's funny because I had my IT guy come down to the house and do what he could to make it work. And the little green emblem comes up whenever I come near the house.
So you have got it right. Cool. Yeah.
So the green emblem comes up, but the door won't connect to the door for some reason. As I said, I had an IT guy. Yep. So I went to bloody Tesla in Osborne Park, and they said, well, it's not really applicable to Australian purchases or words to that effect. In other words, they wouldn't help me do anything.
No.
And then they said, contact the Tesla Club.
Okay, yeah, cool. That's okay. So the good news is, it sounds like, so you've got a little house symbol.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So you do have the module. One thing you probably don't have is a garage door controller that is compatible with the HomeLink protocol.
All you need, Carrie, is a little gadget. Costs about $120. It's a frequency adapter, and you just put that on your door, on your garage door opener, and that will fix the problem. You need to wire it up. I don't have a technical background, and I did mine myself. With the instructions, it's fairly straightforward.
Where did you get that from?
I'll see if I can. I've got your mobile number, Carrie. I'll send you a link.
You got my mobile number, have you? That's good.
We've met before, Carrie. I've been at your house, and you've been in my car too.
Oh,
it's been the Model 3.
The Model 3.
Yeah, that's right.
The one that you took down to the bloody shopping centre and couldn't get it to summon.
No, we were in a garage, and it was a public garage.
That's what I'm talking about. The shopping centre at the garage at the shopping centre. Yeah,
that's the one. Now you remember.
Well, I'm sorry. Well, now I do. It looks like I think you've had a haircut, haven't you? Anyway.
Yeah, probably gained a few kilos too.
Yeah, you have done that as well.
So
anyway, so you'll text that to me, will you?
No,
Now I've got the X model now. I've still got an old S model, about 5 years, 6 years old. Can that be adapted in any way, or is that not possible?
Tesla aren't too keen to do that, which is code for no.
Okay.
Short answer is no. I've got a Model X that's just over 4 years old, and I still don't have the home link module in it that was specified on the website. So they're very reluctant to do anything about the older cars. But your X has it.
Yeah, definitely.
And had your garage controller been something like a chamber, I think most of the Chamberlain models work.
Mine's a B&D, which is a pretty standard bloody door.
Yes, but it's not standard in America. So Chamberlain is an American company.
Oh, yeah.
So they have the home link set up. It's not just a frequency, it's actually the coding, the way it's encoded that's compatible. So as Pete said, you just need to you effectively put an external receiver onto your gate or garage door, and your garage door has to have an open and a close input. I think ideally, is that right, Pete? There's a separate open and close.
No.
Oh, is it just impulse? Is it, Richard?
Just one impulse. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
I have to do that for mine.
The Australian, I think it's Merlin, are the ones that work automatically with it. I had to replace mine, and I've got a Merlin garage door opener. And when I got my Model 3 and hooked up the home link, it just worked without any adapter.
Cool.
I had Merlin garage door too, and it didn't work at all. I had to get an adapter like Pete's talking about. But anyway, I got that and it works fine. Yeah.
Okay, so Pete's going to let me know where to get the adapter from, is he?
Yep, no worries.
And then Pete, coming maybe down Coogee Way, may be able to call in and help me sort it out. That's a joke. That's a joke.
No, happy to do it. No dramas.
Okay, so I'll just wait to hear from you, and thanks very much for taking my call.
No worries. Literally, this is exactly what this whole session is for. It's Ask Us Anything.
That's
right. Anyone can just pipe up and just shout out and say, hey, I've got a question. And later on, I know Renee is your lovely wife, and it's not Jason, no. Jared, that's it. I knew there was a J in there somewhere. We can do our rant about Western Power a bit later on.
Yeah, no problems.
But we'll get into that.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. Now, there's some new faces. I think, Olivia, welcome.
Hi.
You're getting a new Model 3, I presume.
Yes, next week. I didn't do that much background research, so I'm trying to study up now.
Wow, fantastic. So it's all going to be really new and exciting.
Yeah, I didn't even test drive it because we test drove it while we were in Canada. Yep. And my husband had a Canadian license, and I didn't convert mine, so I haven't even gone for a test drive yet.
Wow, really? Awesome. Me too. When I got my car, I'd never driven or even ridden in a Tesla. So it was the first time I drove it was my own car. So that's really exciting. Awesome. Now I'm not sure who AP is. That's cool. AP's lurking. It's all good. Oh no, you're up.
Hey Harold, this is Anand here. We met last night actually.
Ah, yes. Yes. So when are you getting your, sorry, I don't know. I can't remember if you're doing
I think it's probably on the 3rd or 4th week of June. So my gate is still roaming at the moment.
Ah, right. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's the long range. So
Fantastic. That's exciting. Oh, by the way, so you haven't got a date, you haven't got a fixed date, it's just 3rd week or later in June.
yeah, they've given me between the 20th to the 30th of June. So I think the boats just landed in Melbourne or something like that, Port Kembla 2 days ago. So
Yep.
yeah, don't even know if the vessel is actually coming to Fremantle or they're gonna road train it across. I'm not sure.
I think these days they seem to be getting into the habit of putting them on ships because you
Oh,
can
yeah.
do it so much more efficiently. And it's actually safer for the cars. A couple of years ago, Tesla lost a few Model S's, I think it was, when there were severe hailstorms near Kalgoorlie, and a couple of the cars are on the top deck of the train carriage
Wow.
and were effectively written off. So I think they're now, because of the large numbers, you know, we had about 185 cars last quarter. I think now the guess is approximately 300 this quarter. So with those extra deliveries, they're just sending them by ships. And now it looks like it's multiple ships, which is even better.
Yeah.
So no, that's exciting. That's awesome. The great thing is you've got plenty of time to sort of orient yourself and get ready for the ride, because it's going to be a fantastic trip, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, I've driven many Teslas. I work a lot in Norway and Sweden, so every time you get a rental there, it's always a Tesla or a Polestar. So.
Yes, I've done the same thing in most of Europe in the olden days when we were allowed to fly in silver birds and have holidays in Europe.
Yeah,
Great experience. And the funny thing is, you're on the wrong side of the road, wrong side of the car, but all your controls are exactly the same. The indicators on the same side, everything's the same. So yeah, it's pretty cool. So has anyone else got? Oh, Carmen. So you've got someone you know that is burning to have a Model S.
Yes.
The bad news is that new Model S's aren't available until 2022, at the end of 2022. So the only choice that anyone has is to either buy a second-hand Model S, or, you know, I was thinking, why not just buy a performance Model 3?
Yes.
Because that's an amazing product. And, you know,
how many Ks does that one do?
Sorry?
Charge. How many Ks does the performance go to?
Pete, how far does your performance go?
The new ones go a little bit further, but mine will do about 500 in the city if you drive it like a petrol car, but about 400 on the highway. But the new ones will do a little bit more, maybe another 40 or 50K.
Mm-hmm. And that would come from China?
No, Fremont still. Is that correct?
Yep.
I think the new actually
all the performance cars are coming from China now.
Yeah.
Right. All Model 3s are from Shanghai.
Right.
It's actually the better built, I dare say, the higher quality version, because it's in a much newer factory.
I think that don't the batteries come from Nevada and get shipped to Shanghai for the long range and the performances, and then forwarded on. But I think the standard range plus is the LFP battery, and that's made in China.
Yeah, but the quality is fantastic.
Is it? And what and very readily available?
Yes, they are. In fact, if we have a quick look at Model 3 and we look at existing inventory and we go for WA and we
There's a
look
white
at,
one available.
Yeah, they said that a couple of people didn't get their finance approved.
so for instance, there's a white one performance with a white interior.
Okay.
That's
Just take a
available right now. And there are a few other colours. All these bottom ones, I think, are performance cars. Yes, they are. So you've got a choice of basically white, whatever that colour is, midnight silver, black, blue, and red.
Okay.
And they are all available. And there's a mixture of interior colours. So the one on the lower right is that's black, sorry. That's black interior. And then you've also got a black and white. So the black and white has white seats. I think the headliner is well, there's the interior there. You can actually see this is the Chinese version because it's got this round trim that matches the line of the dash. And these are
that
available.
says the range is 628 Ks.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
and it's got little in brackets NEDC, which in colloquial terms means not even damn close. Now, the best way to actually, a pro tip to get a more accurate range is if you go back to Tesla and you pick Canada. So you go and pick Canada.
Right.
And we'll do English because that'll be simpler. And you get to the Model 3. Because they use what's called the EPA. And they actually quote, we just saw there, 568 kilometers. So for the performance, so they quote 507. And that's really a lot closer to the real range.
Oh my goodness.
Harold, I've actually started to tell people at work. So, sorry, Con.
It's only 75,000. Mine was more than that.
No, come on. This is in Canadian dollars. This is on the Canadian.
Oh, okay.
Up on the upper right, you can see it says Canada, CA. This is just to demonstrate the difference in the range.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So, for instance, in a standard range plus, it quotes 423.
Yes.
And in long range, 568, and performance 507. If we change that to Australia, it'll quote NEDC and it will be exaggerated. So it's saying standard range plus 508 instead of 420 something, and the performance, 628 instead of 507, I think it was. So that's a much more realistic, real world range.
Right.
I've been telling people at work. Sorry, Colin. I've been telling people at work to basically knock 200 Ks off of the NEDC for a minimum realistic range.
Okay. Cool.
But basically, it's possible that if your son was really hot for one, he could literally have it within days.
Okay.
Particularly because it's approaching the end of the quarter. So Tesla will be intent on selling every single car that's in this country, every one of them, regardless. And as someone mentioned a little while ago, there are deals, unfortunately, that fall through because people don't get their finance in the last minute for whatever various reasons. And in fact, there was a gentleman that I'd met at the last quarterly push in March who ordered a car for his wife. I think it was on the Friday, and he got it on the Tuesday because it was an order that fell through. So he only had to wait for a car for 3 or 4 days. It was, which is a great experience.
It was a bit like me, Harold, when I ordered my car on the 1st of April 2016 and then got it in September 2019.
Which is before I got mine. 1,309 days I waited for mine.
So I only waited 3.5 days. 3.5 years.
Yeah.
Yes, and we're all waiting for our Cybertrucks for a long time. So
Yes.
Carmen,
Oh,
seriously,
well, that's good.
I'd say
Yep.
he, you know, and the thing is, a performance Model 3 is, I wouldn't call it cheap, but it's fantastic value. You know,
Yes.
drive away, it's $102,000.
Okay.
It's the best value car if you're looking at it in terms of the best value car on the market. If you look at nothing but the 0 to 100 acceleration versus dollars spent, there's no other car that can compete. I was saying this last night when I got my car. Looked at the Wikipedia fastest 0 to 100 kilometers an hour list, and I think the Model 3 performance was somewhere around 30, 35. And apart from the Model X and the Model S, which were in front of it, all the other cars were $500,000 supercars and hypercars. So if you want a car that does 0 to 100 in a little over 3 seconds, you can't beat that 100 and how much was it?
102.
102.
Wow.
$34.
Oh, great.
I read something today
I'll
that's
do
saying
that.
same thing.
Yeah.
I'll
do
the
that,
best
and then
back in the world.
So you
Yeah.
go, Carmen, you finish, and then Richard, you're next.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying I read an article today.
No, Richard, you're gonna wait. No, stop. Right, Carmen.
I'll mute myself.
Well, I was just thinking that that's okay. If he decides he wants something else, then I'll take his and sell mine.
Well, yeah, and seriously, yeah, and look, the thing is, I'm saying this a little bit tongue in cheek, but I mean it sincerely. It can be his in between car, because look, no doubt he really wants to have the Model S, and make no mistake, the new Model S is just amazing. It is absolutely extraordinary, but it will not be in this country. Well, what Tesla says today is end of 2022. There's every reason, unfortunately, to believe that will probably almost certainly dribble into 2023, at least early 2023. So we're looking at a juicy 18 months, 19, 20 months probably before it arrives. Now, why wait when you can have awesome...
well, he can't wait because he's getting rid of his car.
Well,
he needs something. Yeah.
And the Model 3 is not a small car. It is not. It is a very decently sized car.
Yeah.
And the performance, if he gets the performance version to do 0 to 100 in 3.3 seconds, he's got a rocket, an absolute rocket. That's an awesome car. And what he could do is he could pass it on to you if you want to upgrade that car.
Yep.
And you can pull yours off, and then he can get more less in a couple of years' time.
It sounds like a great idea.
And it's fantastic value, like Pete said. It is basically cheaper than, it's faster than cars that cost well over $500,000.
Yes. So
thousands.
Well, that's fabulous. Yeah, that's what I needed to know.
Yep.
And I'm thinking he'll be happy with that.
Oh, look, he'll be so happy. All his mates will be jealous, because no matter what they've got, whether it's a BMW, a Merc, or anything, that Model 3 is going to beat it.
Yeah, and if it's got a white interior, it's exquisite.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, he can do that. They have a Volvo 7-seater to go on family trips, so that's good.
Oh right, yes. So you've still got sort of the traditional family car for the long road trip or whatever, plenty of space and whatever. But as a daily driver, you just can't beat the Model 3.
Yeah,
really.
Fantastic. It sounds like good value.
Yeah. Oh, look, and if he wasn't that interested in the performance, he could, for about 92,000, get a car that still does 0 to 100 in 5 seconds.
Yes.
But
yes. No. He'll be happy to go to the performance. He normally buys the top of the range.
Why not? Yeah, fantastic. You only live once. Do that.
because
you can graduate to a Model S, and then later on you can get a Cybertruck for camping and stuff like that. Get a real car.
Oh, the kids would like
Look
the
at
kids like it after.
Carmen, just make sure he uses your referral code when he puts his order in.
Yes. Yes. Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
So you know how to find your referral code?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in the app. Yeah.
In the
And
app, yeah.
also, well, I did ask Harry. He didn't come up with that, but he. I'm just wondering whether forgotten the question. How long will it take? Well, it is the end of the year, so probably it's quicker. All he has to do is just order one.
Oh, look, Carmen, I reckon, put it this way, you can hop on the website.
Yep.
You can do this. If we go back to inventory, you can literally order it off the website straight away.
Right.
But what you might want to do is ring Harry, or just go there.
Harry and
just say, look, Harry, I want a car and I want to make sure I get it this month.
Yes.
And he will say yes, mate.
Yeah. And he will. It probably is a good idea to get him to test drive it.
Well, why? You've got a perfectly functional car you can have a spin in.
Yes.
In fact, basically, what he would be getting is identical to your car, except it goes faster and it has a couple of extra features, such as the air conditioning is a little bit, the heating is a bit more efficient, and the interior is subtly different. You know, like I said, it's got a little wraparound trim.
Yes.
But look, there's no way in this world that he would be unhappy about getting a performance Model 3.
Okay.
It's not going to happen.
And if he definitely wants a test drive, and it's and you don't want to be bothering Harry or what have you, because they'll be absolutely flat out at the moment, or you're just finding it hard to get a test drive, give me a call and you can have a test drive of mine. So.
Oh, fantastic! Thank you, Pete.
No worries.
That's cool. Yeah. No, he'd be pretty quick with that. Wonderful. All right. Well, problem solved.
Absolutely, and it's the best.
Where does he live?
Netherlands.
Okay.
Netherlands.
I'd be happy to take anyone for a test drive.
Mm-hmm.
I love doing that. It's great fun.
Great. Yeah, great.
Actually, well, Richard, you were going to say something as well.
Oh, yes.
No, I wasn't.
Harold put you on hold there for a second.
No, I didn't need to say it. It's all right. It's all good.
Go. Your turn.
It was just that classic where the timing is slightly out and you do you first, and then everyone just like clashes and it just becomes a nightmare.
Yeah.
Actually, if you're not saying anything, Richard, I'll make mention. So Harold mentioned the delays with the Model S. So yeah, as Harold correctly said, so on the website it says the back end of 2022 or late 2022, but that hasn't changed in maybe 2 or 3 months.
Yep.
But in that period of time, the US deliveries have continuously been pushed back. In fact, even last week, we're saying that the delivery event was going to be on the 3rd of June. They've now pushed it to the 10th, is it?
Yes.
A week later.
Yep.
So, as Elon said on Twitter, need an extra week to tweak.
One thing I will say, I was talking to a good friend of mine. He used to have a Lotus when I had a Lotus, and anyways, and he was talking to him today, and he's seriously considering getting the Performance Model 3. And I didn't realise when I looked on the website, it only had one, but the website goes to the ACT first. Unless you change it to WA, there's only one. So that's good. I'll point that out to him tomorrow when I'm going to go and see him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
That's a great point. It was a bit confusing when that first came up, because you go, why are there so few cars? And yeah, you're right, it's ACT. In fact, I'll just show you that it doesn't actually matter which car. So this is Model S, but if you just go existing inventory, you can then select the different models. And actually, I'm in the Canadian website because I just saw the Model Y and got super excited. So,
Did your heart skip
it did. It did. Yes, it does that often. So we'll go to the Australian website, and it has remembered that it's Western Australia. But as Richard said, it defaults to the ACT. So don't let that confuse you. But yeah, Model 3, Carmen, sorry, that's new. Oh,
you're still in the ACT. There's only one white. There's one white one. Yeah.
So on this black and white interior, so if what you can do, what your son could do is literally you go buy now, and then it'll just tell you that you need $150, and you put in your details and you pay by credit card, and it's only $150, and then boom, it's reserved. And then you ring Harry and say, I want it now, and he'll say, yeah, sure, because it's already here.
Yes.
So that's it's as easy as that.
And is that got white interior or black?
Yes, that's got white. So if I just go back, details, it says here black and white premium interior, which means white seats. So when you view the details, you'll see that if you click on the images, it's got the white seats.
Oh, okay. Yes.
So it's got a white little bit of trim where your air vent comes out. I think yours is probably a wood grain, I think.
Yes, yes.
But the seats are white. And they just look
very smart. Very smart.
Yeah, very, very smart. And look, 0 to 3.3 seconds. It's just a rocket.
Oh, take a photo.
Oh, sorry.
Just do it in your online yourself.
Yes, I will.
Yeah,
I will.
I'll put it up. That's cool.
Can do that.
We can do retro. We can just take a photo of that. It's 90. Sorry, that's plus. That's excluding. So it's. We'll just check the price.
It's 104 and a bit.
Yes, 104,700. Oh, 104. Maybe I had something else.
No, it's got the
white interior.
White interior, yeah.
Oh, sorry, apologies. Yes, 104,811. Sorry, because of the white interior.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
So if he wants black interior, it's about 2K off that.
Yeah. No, I think he'll probably want different to mine, and he won't be fussed about the extra.
No.
Carmen, just one tip. So when he goes to pay for the car, if he's doing a online transfer, a direct credit, just make sure he leaves plenty of time, maybe 3 or 4 days before delivery.
Yes.
And just transfer maybe $1 or $10, a small amount first, and then check with Tesla to see if the amount has arrived. And if it has arrived in the account, then he can do the rest. Just in case there was a lady whose email got accepted, they changed the BSBN account on the email and she sent the money somewhere else. So, yeah.
Yeah.
That happened
I'll do that for
late last year. Yeah.
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 Yeah, there's
I
also.
guess Tesla are more rigorous. I think they ring people now to confirm the account number.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Yeah, great.
A lady in Sydney from accounts could contact you.
Awesome. That's great. Because none of that vulnerability occurred on Tesla's side. What it is, it's a classic hack whereby they find out your password to your email account. They then log into it. They put in a filter that diverts emails that contain keywords such as invoice, payment, or whatever. They then get the email before you don't even get it, they get it. They then edit it with their own account details and then resubmit it to you. And then you just think, well, this is from Harry or from accounts or whatever. And it looks identical, and you'll make the payment. And of course, then they use money mules, because it will be an Australian bank account still, but they use those money mules where they say, earn $3,000 a week for doing nothing. And that money goes through and is processed by a mule. And of course, by the time anyone finds out it's fraudulent, the money's already gone. And the mule was someone who was hapless that didn't know or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah,
cool. It's
good
great to hear, Jared, that it's they're onto it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
thank
send
you.
you. They contact you, and then they send you an invoice, and then you contact them back after, and they contact you again. It's about 3 or 4 times they contact you over that time now.
Right.
So,
Oh, that's good. Yes, good to know.
and that's from the accounts department in Sydney. It's not Harry; it's the accounts department. But Harry then does tell you, send you a text about 4 days later saying the money has been cleared in the account. So yeah,
Awesome.
just so you know they're cleared when you pick the car up, which is due Friday. So
Excellent. Yeah, that's good.
But the good news, Carmen, is like I said, I met a gentleman that basically bought a car in about 3 or 4 days, and that was actually, you know, from nothing to 4 days, everything done.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really quick.
Okay, terrific. Yes.
Cool. But yeah,
We will
it
do.
will be exciting to see him in a Model S in a couple of years' time.
Yeah.
It's an awesome car. That's an awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
Very good. We'll do that. We'll get on with it.
Excellent. Excellent. Anyone else got any questions or comments or anything at this stage?
Can I ask Rookie question?
Yes, of course.
Before I collect my car, is there anything I need to do? I think I was like looking into tinting and I got solar panels and I think I need to have like some special kind of car insurance. And then do I need a wall charger or any, like I really don't know what I need before I collect my car.
Okay, so car insurance is fairly easy to select because they're by far the cheapest. I think it still is by far the cheapest insurance company at this stage in Western Australia is the RAC.
yeah, correct.
So if you just approach the RAC, I think you can just do it entirely online.
Yep, you can.
And get a cover note.
Yep, correct.
Just ensure that they apply the what's it called, the green car discount or the low emissions vehicle discount. I'm not sure what it's called, but yeah,
25%.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I'll ask for that. Thank you.
Now, as far as charging, like I said earlier, initially you don't have to panic too much about charging. You're in the boot of your car. There will be a portable charger that you can just plug into your 10 amp outlet at home. Then you can then work on what sort of charging you need later on. So it just depends on your driving habits, where you work. Because for instance, you may work somewhere nearby a public charging. It could even be a free public charger, which you could use opportunistically. So one good point to do is get an app called PlugShare. So I'll just bring that up on the screen. So you can do it just on an ordinary computer, but there's also an app called the same thing, and the logo is this sort of PowerPoint extension point logo, blue logo. So if you get PlugShare, that will show you where all the charges are. Now, initially, for a brand new Model 3, the plugs that are compatible are these. So that's basically Perth. So are you north or south of the river, Olivia?
I'm in Dalkeith.
Dalkeith, okay. So
Oh, I can help.
We can be Tesla neighbors.
So you've actually got University of Western Australia. That's a fast DC charger. That's currently free at the moment. Whereabouts are you working? Like roughly what area?
Or like everywhere.
Oh, okay, right, cool. Okay, no worries. So
I'll be going like Joondalup, Armadale, Midland.
okay, cool. So you've got University of Western Australia. You've got a fast DC charger at the Audi Centre in Perth. Well, Audi Centre, sorry, in Osborne Park. Which is
just on that one, Harold. That one's only available after hours. That Audi Centre.
Oh, really? Oh, right. Okay,
Yeah.
good to know. So when you click on the icon, it should have that outside business hours. There you go.
Yeah.
So from basically 6 p.m. till 6:30 a.m. and all day weekends.
But there's the Gwelup one too.
It's got Gwelup.
Yep.
Crime West at Gwelup. And as I mentioned before, depending on how full your car is, it will charge those charges, the fast ones, the orange ones, will charge your car at approximately 300 kilometers per hour. So in 20 minutes, you'll get 100 kilometers of range, extra range.
So this is only if I forget to charge my car at home, right? Because I assume I'll just be charging my car at home.
Absolutely, absolutely. So what you can do at home is you can buy Tesla's, what they call the high power wall connector, which costs $780. That's, I'll just check, they were out of stock, but I think some did come back into stock. So to do that, you just look at tesla.com and you go on to shop. I'm in Canada again. Apologies, gonna get out of that mode. Right, back into Australia, you go shop, and you can get these at Osborne Park, providing they're in stock.
You got to have a serial number of a VIN to buy one.
Actually, they're out of stock, so we'll ignore that because they're going to get a new version coming out. Okay. Another alternative is,
what's the new version?
It's a third generation high power wall connector, HPWC. It looks exactly the same as the current one, except the front of it is white instead of silver. And it has one feature it has is it can connect to Wi-Fi itself.
So can the one that you've got now.
Sorry?
It's got a XT port inside it. You can actually hardwire into it.
The current one?
The current one, you open it up as a TX port.
No. Okay, that's for a different purpose. You can have, for instance, if you're a 2 Tesla family, but you're a little bit power limited, you can actually daisy chain up to 4 of these units together, and then they use that TX and the RX. Well, it's RS485. They basically use that to communicate amongst themselves to negotiate which car gets what amount of power. So they can share a limited amount of power amongst up to 4 units. So one acts as a master and there are 3 slaves.
Right. Okay.
But the third generation wall connector, which is white, has Wi-Fi and a few extra features. So for instance, if you're a small business or a business, and there are things called Tesla destination charges, whereby it shows on the map, like I said before, when you hit the lightning bolt, it will show where there are those Tesla charges, and they are customarily free to use for customers of whatever the establishment is. So if it's a motel or hotel, it'll be if you have a room there, or you're having dinner, or it could be a winery or whatever. But there will now be an option with the new charger for the owners of that charger or the premises to earn money from it. So you can actually charge money for charging cars.
Right. Okay.
That HPWC will facilitate that.
Yeah, right.
It's not clear. I don't think it's been announced exactly how it does that. It's probably similar to supercharging, whereby you put in a credit card onto your Tesla account, so that you can then use the supercharger. And a similar thing will probably apply for those new destination charges, if the person who's hosting it wishes to charge money for a charge.
Right.
Supplying electricity.
When's this coming out?
Well, it's out. It's the United States has had it for a year. Europe's had it for a month or 2. Australia will get, well, what's a good clue is that the current generation are generally all out of stock. So I dare say the new ones are probably around the corner.
Right. Okay.
They're just letting them flush out through the system. and then there'll be a new batch.
Right.
Well, I've got one in my garage that's still in its box, which needs flushing out if anyone wants to buy it.
Yes, and actually, I did put a message. Are you on Tapper Talk? Are you on the forum?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm going to have to send you this gentleman's details because he was looking for one.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So you two can marry each other and sort it out.
Right. Thanks.
Yeah. So, and that's the Generation 2 one. But look, apart from us gadget boys that want to have the latest, greatest shiny object, the practical difference is very little.
The new generation one's got a slightly thinner cable, which makes it a bit more manageable to, pull around. And correct me if I'm wrong, Harold, does the new one come in 2 different cable lengths? You get an option? Because I think it does in the US, so I wonder if...
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm not completely confident about the size of the cable because, of course, we have 3-phase. And I do presume that we're going to have 3-phase here because that would be a disaster if it wasn't.
Yeah.
So the cable might not be significantly thinner, maybe.
Good point. Yep.
I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, so sorry, Libby, getting back to your original question. So another option is we have a charger that's actually portable. That's very slightly cheaper than the $780. It's actually $750 for members. And I'll just, if you bear with me for a second, I'll just find what it looks like.
Just go on the FC site. And
yeah, I am. I'm just clicking on that, and oh, there it is. There, basic. No, yeah, that one. Okay. All right. So it looks like this. So it's got a 3-phase outlet, a plug, sorry, and this other end goes into your car. Now, if you look on the evse.com.au website, they sell it for a modest $1,395. As a member of the club, and that's 22 kilowatt. Yeah, that's it. For members of the club, it's $750. It's a bit hard to see. I don't know if it shows it on the wall. No, it doesn't. But there's actually a bracket here just behind it that you can actually attach to the wall, and you can sort of clip this on so it sits against the wall, so it's a bit more conveniently packaged. So then what you could do, for instance, is get an electrician to install a 3-phase power socket to your garage. You can plug
a 5-pin 32 amp.
In 32 amp, so it's a 3-phase 32 amp socket. Bearing in mind, you don't have to feed it with 32 amps 3-phase. You can feed it with 16 amps. So your electrician, depending on the situation of your house, depending on even if your house is 1-phase or 3-phase. So if your house is 3-phase, your electrician can then just provide it with a circuit breaker adequate to provide 16 amps 3-phase, because that's what your car can draw, which is 11 kilowatts. That will charge your car at about between 70 and 75 kilometers of range per hour, which is lightning fast for AC charging.
Or an AC charger, yeah.
If you, on the other hand, you have a 1-phase house, you can still get the electrician to connect a 3-phase outlet to only connect 1 phase to that outlet, to that socket. You can plug this unit in, and that will give, and that one has to be a 32 amps 1-phase, preferably, and that will charge your car at about 50 kilometers of range added per hour. One good thing about this charger is it's actually portable. So if you wanted to go on a road trip, you could actually bring this with you because there are some places, especially the roadhouses up and down WA, that don't have destination charges or the type 2 proper units. They just have a 3-phase outlet, which you can then use this same charger on. And it's actually it's built so that it's portable. It's intended to be, put into your car and made portable.
How do you pay on these roadhouses for when they've just got a 3-phase outlet?
Many of them don't want payment. Others will say, well, I think one of the remote roadhouses on the Nullarbor, I think they had a fixed fee of $50 a charge. That's dearest. Many are happy just to see you there and don't really care too much about the electricity, because you're using their other services. You're either staying there or you're eating or whatever.
Yeah.
So the cost is between not very much and nothing.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah. Harold, just a second. I use that cable to charge at Norseman. I'm doing an Esperance Calgary, having purchased the cable for $750.
Yes.
Cash. And that worked well. But that was you ring up the Shire, you pay $30. You do that in advance, and then you go and try and find the outlet, which I hung around an RV parking area for a long time before I actually got it. But, anyway, that all worked well. Charged there for a while, walked around the town had a bit of this, that, and the other. The 3-phase one, so that worked well. Charged a Model 3, so it only charges 11 kilowatts, but that was fine. I think there was some question about it being actually cracked or something, but it all seemed fine to me. It all plugged in nicely. That was all sort of fine, except it drizzled all day. It's all at the moment. That was so. Anyway, I've just a couple of other things. I'm actually in Kalgoorlie at the moment, and the only sort of notable thing, I guess, apart from all the rain, and really sort of cut down my range a bit. I'm not quite sure we had the heat seaters on or something. I pumped up the tires a bit more. So anyway, at Ravensthorpe, there's the Greenhaven Resort, which has got a Tesla destination charger. And I gather someone else has said he's a bit prickly character there, but I think the reason he said he's sort of a bit sort of a bit annoyed is because I think someone came along with a Tesla and they they charged up and gave them $4 or something and used their bins and used their amenities and emptied out their rubbish, and the kids played around without sort of so he's a little bit annoyed. Anyway, I took him for a drive, and so he had a drive of it and sort of did the usual sort of how fast can we go around the roundabout sort of thing, which is fun. I didn't say that. So that was good. Anyway, he was very happy with that. Interestingly, his partner 18 months ago had put a name down for a Cybertruck, which I thought was quite sort of but he'd never actually been in an electric car, so he was pretty stoked. But anyway, so hopefully his attitude to Tesla people is sort of a bit repaired, hopefully.
Yeah, just a quick just sorry to interrupt, but it's a very good point. Unfortunately, there are some EV drivers that take charging locations as some sort of God-given right, that they should just rock up and the red carpet should roll out before them, and there should be rose petals sprinkled over, and that you shouldn't have to pay for anything, and people should be at your beck and call to assist you with whatever you may want to have, done to you or for you or whatever. I mean, the thing is, these people are actually extraordinarily generous to have these charging locations there. So for instance, it doesn't take much to look at a map of Australia, and particularly Western Australia. All these green spots are AC charging units. Almost none of them are commercial. They're just businesses that have out of their own generosity put in these locations. And of course, you can imagine if some of these locations weren't there, well, you just couldn't cross the Nullarbor. You just couldn't do it in any reasonable amount of time. So really, it behoves all of us to be appreciative of what's there. And you know, the great thing you can do too is you always offer, look, I'd love to give you some dough, I'd love to, or a donation or something. And 9 out of 10
or just leave a tip. So buy a sandwich or something and leave a $5 tip, and just say, look, that's for providing the charger. Really appreciate it.
Yep, absolutely.
Because we had 2 chargers. We went down to Hopetown, so we wanted to get a good, you know, bit of an extra charge. So I mean, we paid them $50, which is probably about double what we actually use. But you know, the service was really good. We enjoyed our time there and so on. Now the other thing is the just behind my picture. Now this is a sort of an iconic picture for people who've sort of been down to Esperance, where they park this ice, this trailer which they store ice in, and of course there's a Tesla destination charger just behind my head, with this label there, and there was a big van there parked as well. So I'm sort of double iced out of that. Fortunately, it's another charger, another Tesla destination charger just around the back of the units, which is fine. But it was just interesting to see how iced out I was here.
Yes, that's it there. There are actually 2. There's actually another destination charger
it's the one
around the side, which is this one here next to the laundry.
They're pretty big with their ice down there.
Absolutely.
That is a big ice cube.
There's just no way I would even be able to get close to it. I didn't even get to see the charger there. But anyway, it was no inconvenience there at all, and everything went well. So yeah, happy so far.
Excellent. But yeah, like I said before, it's just great to be a little bit humble with some of these charging locations, because they are really at the generosity of the providers. They're not really making any money out of it. And unfortunately, sometimes you get drivers that, as was said, are only too happy to fill up or empty their car of rubbish and use the toilet, you know, and not be particularly thankful for the charge that they just got.
We did a trip last year all around Southwest, and we decided to stay just at places that had destination charges, just so there was no problem. And we went up to Katanning, which is not a place I would normally go, and it was fantastic. Had a lovely evening, lovely B&B. And when I paid the bill, she said, "Oh, how much do you think that electricity was worth?" And I knew what it was worth, and I just paid her the dollars. Because you know, once you get into this a bit, you know, I've filled it so much, and that's how much the electricity is worth. So
that would have been the Yellow Gum bed and breakfast.
Yeah, lovely. Can recommend it. Very, very warm and homely, and it was great.
Yep, absolutely. And the thing is, don't forget, you know, there are people that drive ice cars that they do, let's say they do 300 or 400 kilometers or 500 kilometers in their ice car, and it costs them $80.
Yeah.
To fill up with petrol.
Yeah.
And we're talking about $12.
Because it only takes, you know, as is usually the case, only takes 1 or 2 to spoil it for the, you know, for the rest of us. And then what some of the locations will do is they'll put in Jurien Bay as an example. So they've got a minimum $25 charge now as a result of, you know, a couple of people doing the wrong thing. So yeah, when I charged there, I ended up giving him a $20 tip and just said, look, here's an extra $20 for putting the charger, you know, because they had to fund the diesel generator there, which they top up with the used vegetable oil. So
I think someone actually turned up, and mind you, this thing is a diesel. Well, it's a used chip fat oil diesel generator that's powering this unit for various complex reasons. And the thing is, it's not trivial. They've got to go there and go outside, turn on this generator, and make sure it's running properly before you can use it. And I think some Tesla owner turned up and put something like about $4 or something worth of electricity into his car because he only needed a little bit extra just to get to the next place or whatever it was. And of course, it's just not worth it. There's more labor and effort involved in doing that than the actual transaction was worth. So that's why now there is a $25 limit.
Yeah.
You know, and again, that's like, as Pete said, it's because someone, you know, it's just a little bit disrespectful. You know, if someone's gone to all that effort and you just are so miserly that you just go, oh, I'm going to put the very bare minimum, you know. But you know, that unfortunately that happens from time to time. But the rest of us are only too happy to be very appreciative and try and put some oil over troubled waters whenever that happens. So we're all really ambassadors, you know, of the brand.
Ravensthorpe is on side now, so they're all very pleased with Teslas and their Tesla experience. So yeah, they're happy.
Excellent, excellent. So yeah, I think Olivia, that was, so we had charging.
So just very quick question.
Yes.
With the free charger that comes with the car,
yes.
How many kilometers per hour does that charge? I presume it's much slower. Is that why everyone's getting the other EVSE charger?
Yes.
Yeah, only about 12 kilometers on a household outlet. Only about 12 kilometers now.
Oh, okay, I see.
So overnight, if it's say 10 hours or 12 hours, you'll get between 120 and 130 kilometers of extra range. Cheers, see, Gilbert. Yes, so it depends on your driving. You know, if you do a lot of driving out and about all day, every day, then in the short term, you may want to consider a more powerful means.
Yeah, I'm going long, like kind of long distances, like the far out distances. But I'm only gonna work part-time, so I was gonna charge during my days off. So, but I'm not sure if that'll be enough now if it's only 12 k's per hour. But I guess I'll see what it's like and then.
Yes, look, and that's a great thing because you've already got a means of charging immediately. You don't have to stress out of, you know, you've got to buy this, got to buy that. Just see how you go. And like I said, when you look on PlugShare, there are fast DC chargers, which you do pay money for, but it's about 40 cents a kilowatt hour, which is about twice as much as at home, but it's quite convenient. So, and there are also quite a few shopping centers that have free charging as well, which depending on, you know, where you shop, can be quite, you know, useful as a form of opportunistically charging while you're doing something else useful.
I have to go, but thank you very much, everyone. That was very helpful.
No worries, Olivia. You're very welcome. And yeah, good luck with your delivery. It's going to be awesome. And feel free to come back anytime. We also record this and we put it up on our YouTube channel. So if you just search Tokwa.
Great, my YouTube debut.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's right. Well, we all had to do that one time in our lives. So, but it's all good. So yeah, welcome back anytime. And if you've got any other questions, or if you're looking at any adapters, you can borrow these things for free from the club if you want to just suss it out. And obviously, just let us know if you want to buy anything, and we can, you know, you can come back another time and discuss it.
Thank you.
Cool, no worries. All righty. Anyone else got any other questions or comments?
Can you see that?
Carmen, yes, that's a Schneider EV Link EVSE.
Okay, that's in Simon's work. So will that charge the Performance 3?
Should do.
Should do. It should be a Type 2, I'm pretty sure. Is that on PlugShare, Carmen?
It's his personal. It's
yeah, okay, yeah.
about 32. It's private.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So I can't quite see the plug. I presume it's a Type 2.
Maybe ask him, Carmen, maybe ask him if when he's there next time at work, maybe tomorrow morning, if he can take the handle off and take a photo of what it looks like. Yeah.
Yeah.
Take a photo of the plug and then we'll be able to tell from that.
So for example, if it looks like this Type 2, then it's perfect.
Yes.
If it looks like this,
yes,
it's not as perfect, but you can still get an adapter for it. But it's very likely to look like this, the Type 2.
Okay, cool.
So that
Right.
then means you'll be able to charge from work, which is even better.
Yeah. Yes. Yep. Okay.
So yeah, look, there's just no reason why you shouldn't get that Model 3 as soon as possible.
Yes, no, I've been SMSing him. He said it is an option.
Yes.
We've done it already.
Yeah.
And he sent me his charging at work. He works at South 32 in the city.
Yes.
And they've got one there.
Oh, if that's South 32, that might be type 1. It's okay. We can still sort it. You can still get an adapter. The adapter,
Okay.
worst case, if you get it on Alibaba, costs.
Yeah.
Is Ant Day up? No, Ant's gone. I think it's about $70 odd. Joseph, have you seen a price for the type 1 to type 2? If you're there. But yeah, it's roughly about $70, $80.
Sure. It's only a question of if it can be done more than what it costs.
Oh yes,
yeah.
no, definitely can.
Yeah.
It just means he'll charge a little bit slower than he would if he was a type 2.
Okay.
But
actually quite a bit slower.
But if you're working 8 hours, the car will be full. So,
And he will need to have a wall charger at home as well. Does this one come with it?
no.
No.
Because he's
So he
paid-
has to order one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they're not available just at the moment.
No, but Peter Harris has got one.
Yes. Okay.
That's brand new, never been used.
Okay.
The box, because he never
Terrific.
used it. So that's an
Okay.
opportunity as well.
Okay. So we'll
But
chat about.
but if he takes his car to work every day and he charges
He does.
charges at work,
Yeah.
he won't need it at home because his car will be full
Yeah.
every afternoon.
Well, that's true, and I'm around the corner anyway.
Mm.
Well, he has a car bay included in his package, so
Yes.
in the city, yeah.
It's just a matter of whether it's close to the charger or not, or they might have to do it.
Yeah.
You know, where they. I can't remember. There was a gentleman, another member that. Oh, Joseph just said that there is an adapter from Jet Charge. That's $220. That's a lot more expensive. It's quite bulky, in that it's actually a plug, and this is actually a vehicle inlet that they've put a cable between. But you can actually get type 1 to type 2 adapters that are all in one, which I'll just show in 2 seconds.
I think that's what came with my car, actually. In terms of cables, that adapter, the one with the short lead on it between the type 2 and the J1 or whatever it is.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. This isn't quite it, but it's very similar. It's like one piece of plastic. That's actually the American version, but it's in like a one piece of plastic.
Yes.
That's gonna be that one there. So there's $104 from AliExpress.
Yeah.
And if you look around, there'll be others.
Yeah.
But anyway, but certainly it can be done if that's the worst case.
Yes. Yes. I'll
There's
get
there's one. There's a dual seater for $80, free delivery, type 1 to type.
No, yeah. Oh, that's
Quite compact. Yeah, thanks for that, Joseph. But yeah, that one's quite compact, and it's basic. That might even be fully delivered. 27th of June, and that's this type here. So so one side, this is the type 1 where you plug it in, and this is what you plug in your car.
Type 2. Okay.
Worst case. That's worst case. But the good thing is there's no rush because you're nearby initially.
Yes.
And yeah. So.
Yeah. His problem is time. Time.
Yes. Yeah.
Exactly. He talks to the US every night and France. So he's up till about 2 a.m. in meetings, and he's always rushing around.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
Well, that's all right. We've already sorted his car out for him, so it's all good.
Yes. Done.
You know, we'll even pick it up from Tessa if he likes, and we can take it with a big thing to his place and deliver it.
Probably needs to.
It's all good. It's all good. Excellent. So, anyone else got any questions or comments or anything?
Hey, Harold, Andy Jones. Can I maybe just say hi to you guys?
Yes, Andy. Welcome back.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I was poised there for a while, but I thought I'd go and get myself a glass of wine. So Harold, we met briefly at the Rose and Crown a few weeks back.
Yeah, absolutely.
I sent you an email maybe a week ago about perhaps borrowing some cables for a trip. We're going down to Margaret River in a few weeks. But I spoke to Ken Taylor, and he kind of reassured me that we probably didn't need any cables if we're going down to Margaret River.
And that's dead right, because if you have a look on PlugShare, you're getting a long range or an SR Plus?
Just an SR Plus, yeah, on Saturday. Very excited.
Awesome. So, for instance, the point is that you're leaving from Perth. You've got Eaton Supercharger in Bunbury. So that's only 150 kilometres from Perth, and Bunbury to Margaret River is probably struggling to be about 80 kilometres. So you really don't need anything except for the supercharger if you're doing side trips.
Yeah, and to be fair, we're probably going to be able to charge at our destination anyway. But I think to a certain extent, it was maybe an opportunity to sort of experiment a little bit, just so we understand the whole, the options that are available.
Yep.
But
at Voyager Estate, which is not too far away, they've got a. I'm not sure what it is actually. It doesn't say. Is it a Tesla one or is it the Porsche one? Oh no, it's Tesla. So it's double Tesla destination charges. So that just plugs straight in. So you can always, if you visited that winery, you can do some opportunistic charging.
Yeah, and it's a very nice winery as well. I've been there a couple of times.
Cool. Well, we like those.
There you go. I think that's it for Margaret River, but you've got a few other wineries up here. Woodlands Wines, I think that might be the Porsche one. If I stand to be corrected. No, that looks like Tesla. No, that's Tesla again. So you've got lots of choice to opportunistically charge while you're out and about.
Andy, just a quick tip before you come to the Eaton Supercharger, put it into your maps as a destination, and that way the car will automatically precondition the battery so that when you plug in, it will be charging at the highest rate possible.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's I had heard that one, but yeah, I was bound to forget that. So thank you, Peter.
No worries.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
By navigating to it, it's the bonus of it'll tell you which way to go, but as Peter said, it will also condition your battery for optimum charge.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. Listen, nice to see you guys. And this is the first time I've been to this call. So it's really good to see it going on. And I'll hand over to whoever else wants to have a chat. But nice to see you guys. And I look forward to meeting you in person again.
Oh, yeah. And speaking of which, we've got a casual meetup on this Sunday at the CY O'Connor.
Yeah, I'm coming to that.
Oh, awesome. Fantastic.
Yeah, well, our car will be 1 day old.
Hey.
Fantastic. I hope by then it'll have 1,000 Ks on
it. Probably. Okay, guys. Nice to see you.
No worries. Cheers. Thanks, Andy.
Catch you later.
Cool. Anyone else?
Yeah, Harold. Colin Lorimer.
Colin, how you going?
I'm well. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thanks.
Good. Yeah, I got a Model 3 back in March. You were there on the day that I picked it up. And what my question is, has anyone put a tow bar on their Model 3?
Have we got a
I think Richard Cooper's put one in, I think.
Yeah, I've done that. Yep.
Yeah, Richard.
Yeah, about a year ago, I put mine in.
And who does that? Or
I did it all myself. Yeah, I did.
oh,
that
right,
myself.
yeah.
Yeah. It's not that hard, really. It's about
Uh-huh.
3-hour job, 2-hour job.
Is it a Tesla product or is it?
No, it's not. I got it at aftermarket, an stealth eco hitch from America.
Okay.
So are you gonna? I got mine just to carry my bikes down to when I go away.
Yeah.
But I've just recently installed electrical setup so I can run it. The lights off a trailer.
A little trailer or whatever.
Although I'm not sure they work yet. I tried it on a mate's trailer who's got LED lights and it didn't seem to want to work. So I've got to try it on a normal old hire trailer or something yet. So, but yeah, the putting the hitch in is not. You just take the back bumper off and screw it all on and put it all back.
There's a
You
project.
can't even see it.
Richard, to get the lights to work, you just need to get a 5-watt resistor, and you put it on between the tail light pin and earth, because the LED train lights aren't drawing enough power to be recognised by the car as being on or connected.
Yep.
So you've got to make an artificial bulb by effectively wasting some energy to go into a 5-watt resistor.
Between which plugs?
The tail light. You've got your tail lights.
The original one only had indicators and tail lights were the same, but I bought an addition to separate indicator and tail light. So that's all set up now. So when I check it electrically, it works, but when I try it on this guy, so 5 watts between the tail lights and the.
Yeah, I'll try and get that information. I did do it, but it was so long ago I've forgotten because I just experimented until it worked.
Red Arc do a module, I believe. Red Arc do have a module for it.
Oh, okay.
You have a look at the Red Arc website. They do a module for LED tail lights for trailers.
It probably does a similar thing. It's just that
similar to other cars where it starts flashing out saying check your lights. So it doesn't read it because of the voltage. Same thing.
But yes, so Colin, you can definitely. The good news is that there absolutely is a towing package for Model 3s. Although actually, incidentally, I have heard that Tesla are actually bringing the official Tesla tow hitch to Australia. And how old's your car? Oh no, it's a couple of months old.
A few months, yeah.
So was it? So that would have been a Shanghai built SR Plus or a long range.
It's a long range, yeah.
Long range, yes. I'm not entirely certain whether Tesla will do retrofits. Richard, yours didn't have the loom, did it? There was no connector.
There was a connector, but I just didn't use. I didn't know at the time. It's in the car, yeah.
Also, so yours did have a connector.
It did, but I didn't use it.
Oh, great, good. Okay, well that's even better. So that means, Colin, that your car will have that connector as well, which means that there is a chance if you're not in a mad rush, that in the next month or two, Tesla may be offering a retrofit if you wanted to go down the Tesla route, which no doubt will be slightly dearer, or possibly a fair bit dearer than an aftermarket version. But yeah, absolutely, a tow hitch is available.
Hey, Richard, the Tesla factory tow bar, is that as inconspicuous as the Stealth version?
I don't know. I imagine so. That's why it's got the removable plate. I don't know. I haven't seen one, but mine, you'd never know it was there.
Yeah, I like that about the Stealth. Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, Richard, I'll when I come the time, I'll get in contact with you, and you can show me the rope if you wouldn't mind.
No problems. No problems at all. I enjoy doing that.
Good. Nice.
I put a towing point on the rally Tesla a few months ago. That was fun doing. So yeah, I made it myself, and it was all good. Yeah, it's good. I like fiddling.
Good, great.
Colin, you've got Richard's number.
No, I don't have it at the moment. No.
Yeah, Richard, if you can please just put it up on chat. That way, Colin can see it.
How do I do chat, mate? How do I do chat? Chat. There we go. Okay.
Hi everyone, I haven't said hello yet, but I only got here about half an hour ago because of work. I just wanted to say hello. I'm Ken from Silk Tie Restaurant. If everyone is free, I've got a little bit of an update if you can hear me.
Yes, welcome back. Yeah, go Ken.
Yeah, thanks very much, everyone. Nice to see everyone. Look, I've also very lucky to have a new Performance Model 3 arriving on Friday, which is really exciting. But apart from that, we've also got a charging station which is half installed in front of our restaurant down in Mandurah, which I would like to put on PlugShare for public use. So the way I'm working it at the moment is that if a customer comes to dine at our restaurant, I'll give them free charging. If a customer comes, or if someone comes down with their vehicle and wants to discharge normally, I'll charge them pretty much the cost price of our electricity. We get 28 cents per kilowatt hour from Synergy, I think it is. So I'll charge 30 cents per kilowatt hour to make money or anything, just to cover the cost. And I'll have adapters and so on for anyone who comes down. It's an ABB charger, I think, from the Netherlands, which you need to have a type 2 to type 2 connector, but I will have those in stock for anyone. And I'll be here 6 days a week to help anyone, with any charging issues and so on. So it's going to be installed on the 18th, which is really cool. I don't know how to set it up on PlugShare, but I'm sure you guys can give us some feedback on that.
I dare say you'd have to beat Joseph to put it on. So the good thing about the good thing about, so yeah, I'm sure you can hear that, Joseph. The good thing about PlugShare is anyone can put in a post. Often it's the owner, but it's a crowd sort of sourced information platform. So Joseph will certainly assist with that once it's up and running. So
yeah, and I mean, there's Rob, Alex, and me that are all in the area.
So as soon as someone sniffs it out, it'll be on PlugShare Quick Smart. But obviously it's good to know that we'll obviously put up on PlugShare that it's free for customers and 30 cents per kilowatt hour for non-customers.
Yeah, that's the plan at this stage. So and we're having a launch event on the 3rd of July. So I'll be putting a few $1,000s into some advertising for that, where we've got Rob Dean and some EV owners coming to show their vehicles.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Yep. Just wonderful.
I'll be there too.
Thank you very much. We're putting some money into the advertising, and one of the things that I've come up with now, because this is the forum for Ask Anything.
Yes.
Maybe some of this information can come back to me by sending me an email or sending me a chat or links. But I need to find information that everyone would like to see in the newspapers to promote the use of EVs. I guess doesn't have to be Tesla, but the idea of trying to get people to invest in electric vehicles is the aim. And I've got full page ads in the local rags here, and I've got a radio crossover and so on. I really would like some feedback, maybe offline, not tonight. I don't want to take up the next hour with this talk, but information that I can send to, pictures, graphs, data, whatever, that I can send to the newspapers, that they can then lay out this, page or two ads before the event.
Peter's actually,
feedback would be really good.
Pete Petrosky has got some excellent, I don't know if they're not anecdotes, but excellent arguments as to what makes electric vehicles so compelling. So Pete, if you're up to that, just a couple of things to Ken.
Absolutely.
The comparison of I think you were saying it was a Camry to a Tesla, total cost of ownership.
Yep.
All that sort of stuff. We will, Ken, I think we've got your email address. I'll just check that.
It's really simple, ken@silktie.com.au.
Doesn't get much simpler than that. And anyone in YouTube land, feel free to send Ken an email to make a booking at his great restaurant. regardless of where you live. Hey, Elon.
I've also set up on our website some services using the Model 3 that I've got. It's going to be sign written up, and we're going to have like customer pickup or a showcase where people can come and sit with me in the car and I'll show them the vehicle, or a larger showcase where I can take them for a ride and then show them the vehicle and all the technology and so on. And I'll be putting my time into that. And I've also got it on EV for rentals. Surprisingly, today I've had 2 rentals already. One for the day after I pick up the vehicle, this Saturday for one day, and then 2 days in July. So that's quite exciting to have that out there for that. I guess it's slightly different to most people here who might have a personal vehicle. Mine's bought under the company name, and it's out there with the sign writing on it to promote zero emissions and to promote a greener future and all that sort of stuff. I'll have some pictures of the logos and stuff up on the website soon, but yeah.
Actually, having you say it was a company car just reminded me of something that's important for people that don't have their cars in their company name or in a business name, is that what you should do is go onto Synergy's website and search for EV tariff. In fact, if you just go into Google and put EV tariff, Synergy offers for all people that are EV owners whose EV is in their natural name, like not a business name, an EV tariff, which gives you a 30% discount on your power supply from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. Monday to 7 days a week.
Yeah, I think it goes from about 29 cents to about 20 cents.
Something like that. Yeah, it's about 30% off roughly. Yeah, yep. The great thing is, of course, Synergy doesn't know and doesn't care where that electricity goes between 11 and 4. Obviously, it makes sense to set your car to charge during that period of time, so it's cheaper charging. But if you have air conditioners on or anything else in the house, it also benefits from that cheaper rate. And the good thing is there's no other sting in the tail. There are no greater tariffs at any other time of the day. So
there is a $97 charge for the new meter.
Yes. So if you've got a non-smart meter, they have to obviously put in a smart meter. If you have a smart meter because you've got solar or whatever, then there is a charge because they have to actually physically attend to your house and reprogram the smart meter to measure this new tariff, because it's actually a new time slice that isn't normally done. So yes, yeah. Thanks, Joe. That is that one little bit of fine print, which is there is a cost, but obviously there's a great benefit. And the great thing is there's no sting in the tail. It's not like the
smart home plan,
the smart tariff, yeah, which is great. From 9 p.m. to 6 or 7 a.m., you only pay 15 cents per unit, which is awesome, Monday to Friday. But if you dare use any electricity from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m., you get stung at 50 cents per kilowatt hour. And unless you've got a lot of solar and a great battery system, you will be stinging yourself at 50 cents a unit when you cook dinner, have the aircon on, on a hot summer's evening. And it's almost a little bit like fixed interest rates with banks and other things. Synergy have crafted it so that on average, they will be in front on that tariff, unless you've got a great solar system and battery storage. And if you don't, and many people don't, it's not a great idea. But the EV tariff really is, because there's no sting in the tail.
Well, I changed to it today. I signed up today with it after last night's.
Fantastic. Yep, fantastic. And frustratingly, so the reason why I came to that is when Ken said that he had bought his car in his business name, as have I.
Yeah.
Synergy do not provide that EV tariff to any EV owners unless their car is registered in effectively a natural person's name.
Yeah.
Regardless of use.
Yeah.
So even if it was just because it was easier to do that or whatever, they just don't accept it at this stage.
Harold, like you mentioned that, Synergy try and work it out that on average it works in their favour. As soon as it doesn't, so I'm on the predecessor to that smart home plan, they'll take that tariff off. But at least they're kind enough to leave it for people that are already on that plan. So I've been on that
power shift. Is that the power shift?
No. So that one's gone too. I'm on the one even prior to that. So I've been on that tariff for about 12 years. So I pay about 13 cents between 9 p.m. and 7 p.m. 7 days a week. I don't get stung the 54 cents. I only get stung about 51 or 52. But it's only, so in summer, it's between 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. And all other times I'm on one of the shoulder tariffs. So I think it's about 20 cents. But yeah, we never pay that 50 cents. In winter, it's between 7 a.m. and 11 a.m. and between 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. But we never pay that 51 cents in summer because of the solar system. And what we pay in winter isn't as much as how much we save in summer. So it's worth it. And Jared, you were mentioning about, the charge that Synergy has. You were mentioning that last night.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why they put that reprogram fee in there is to prevent you from switching. So if they didn't have that charge there, I would switch in winter. I would go on a EV plan or some other plan, and then I would go back to, to that one in summer, because I lose a little bit in winter on that plan, and I make a lot in summer. So
my plan is basically to start charging the batteries at 11 o'clock at night. All 3 batteries will charge till 3 o'clock in the morning. Then they'll be fully charged, and they'll last the whole day until at least past 9 o'clock at night. 3 batteries, we're loading up about 45% in the moment in winter.
Yeah.
So then we just top it up at night at the 15 cents per kilowatt, and then that gets me through the next day a little bit till past 9 o'clock. So
yeah,
in summer it's fully charged at 12:30 at
Yeah.
lunchtime, and then it's just open slather to. I don't want to give them a cent back to them, and I'll turn everything on in the house. And I'll run an extension lead over to my neighbour and tell him he can have as much free power as he wants. So I just haven't found an extension lead to my work.
You got to get yourself a Bitcoin miner.
Yeah.
And then turn that on whenever you've got excess electricity and make some money out of it.
That's the next thing I think.
I had one. That's how I mentioned last night that I had a power bill of $2,300 in 60 days.
That was the one.
That was a Bitcoin miner that was running at 1,500 watts 24/7.
Jesus.
And after all that effort, all I got was 0.6 of a Bitcoin, which at the time was only worth about a couple of grand.
Right.
So I wasn't feeling that fantastic about it, but 0.6 of a Bitcoin's worth a bit more than that now.
Yeah, exactly.
Although not as much as it was a couple of months ago. But anyway, them's the breaks.
That's what up and down it goes.
That's right. Exactly right. But it's good fun. But yeah, maybe there's not you can always buy a couple of tons of alumina from Alcoa and get yourself a little toy aluminium smelter, because aluminium is known as solid electricity. And you can just make a few ingots of aluminium every now and then.
That's it. That's one way of doing it, that's for sure. Definitely.
But yeah, it's very interesting that you've got 3 Powerwalls, because everything I knew about Western Power with their regulations was that was either literally impossible, or practically impossible. So the fact that you managed to crack it, at least in a novel sense, is quite remarkable, because
the first one was very easy. The first Powerwall with the brains was extremely easy to go with. And doing the research that I did, a lot of research before I made the purchase, and it was more based on the fact that Tesla does the brains and does the battery, which no other battery company does. They all do either a LG battery and a good wee brains, or a something battery and a something else. And then when there's a problem, they blame each other. And of course, with every technology that there is, there's always a problem, and it's who fixes it and who offers the best service. When the guy installed the first battery with the brains, there was a problem. He rang Tesla in Sydney. Tesla in Sydney then rang Houston or Texas. And then he spoke to another guy there, and then he logged into my brains in my house in Perth. And within 3 or 4 minutes, that guy in Houston had fixed the problem, and it was fixed.
Yep.
And that's what you call good service from Tesla. And that would have been 3 o'clock in the morning in America. So they're obviously 24/7 backup. So they were all over it like a rash. Unlike the company Solar Heart, who installed the system, wired all the CT meters the wrong way, did a lot of mistakes. And then it took another company to come in and audit the system, which I demanded they did. And then they found all the problems that we were having. The first battery took 3 weeks to install. It was supposed to be done in 4 days. And then, there was a lot of issues with Solar Heart. Then I dropped Solar Heart as a company and used another company to find the next battery. And then my biggest hurdle was Western Power. I can go on about that for hours. It was a battle. They didn't want to know about a second battery. They made Tesla clamp the battery down to 3 kilowatts output. Even so that anywhere in the world except for Perth, the battery can do 7.5 kilowatts an output in one charge, one hit. But in Perth, it has to be limited to 3 until you have 1 battery per phase. They weren't keen on me doing 1 battery per phase. I don't know why, but a constant argument with them and schematic drawings from me sending them back the power requirements that I've got in the house. The cable that we ran to the green dome when we upgraded the power in the house, and then the argument with them, and then speaking to several different people, then they finally agreed to the second battery. And then I upgraded the system, which was very unique because Solar Heart put a 12.5 kilowatt roof panel on the roof, and that allowed me to go to a 15 kilowatt inverter, SMA inverter, which they don't ever normally allow a house to do that. It's normally only factories, but they allowed me to do the 15. And then, of course, after another round of battles, they let me put the third battery on. I, at one stage, wanted to put about 5 batteries on because with that system, you can run 10 batteries. But in summer, these batteries are full by 12:30, and you can at least charge another 2 up. So, that's where we're at with those. But Western Power did not make life easy at all. They don't like Tesla. They don't understand the battery technology. They argue about this. They make Tesla do this shutdown procedure. And the argument that I've got with them now is, which Tesla have to actually fix, is the 3 batteries I've got are still locked to 3 kilowatts. And when you charge, my mate came over with his Tesla the other day to test out the wall charger that we installed, and it's only putting out 9 kilowatts from the battery, and the rest is coming from the grid. And technically, I should be able to pull 11 kilowatts off the battery, no problems.
The problem is that Western Power are saddled by regulations that are out of date.
Correct.
And that they have issues of phase imbalance.
Yep.
No phase can be out of balance by more than 5 kilowatts.
Yep.
In a standard house, they naively count every inverter, regardless of what it does. So a Powerwall, when set correctly, will export precisely 0 to the grid. In fact, its job is not to supply anything to the grid. It's to supply everything to the house.
Right.
In lieu of the grid, or rather than drawing it from the grid. But their regulations, their procedure is you just count the number of inverters. So I had actually, and I thought I was clever like you, but this is a few years ago, and I actually had a reservation for 3 Powerwalls because I worked out I've got a 3-phase house. I'll just put 1 on each phase. And then, of course, Tesla tells you, well, you can't back up the entire house. You can only back up 1 phase. So the gateway will, if you put Powerwall on each phase, only one phase gets backed up because the Powerwalls can't island off.
They can now.
Phase mode because there's no interaction. There is no signal. There's no synchronization between Powerwalls to be able to provide three-phase power when there is no power, no grid to reference to.
Yeah.
Frustratingly, a couple of years ago, Ken and I went to the States on a Tesla conference, and the Powerwall team was saying that there are good things happening in the Powerwall space, a la three-phase.
Yeah.
But as we speak now, that's not popped up yet.
Yeah, right.
So they did come out with a three-phase gateway.
Yeah, well, that's
what it did was the Generation 2 gateway. All it does is accurately measure the power going through each of the phases, and it will then just it'll just push. It actually exports. The thing is that this is what it does on single phase. It will push power out of the blue phase or red phase or white phase to balance the power being drawn in the other two phases. And that's where, again, Western Power gets upset because there's phase imbalance happening and they don't like it. The irony is, if you're a single phase house, your entire house is unbalanced. You're drawing everything from red phase or white phase or blue phase, the entire house. But if you have a three-phase house, which is eminently more balanced, they get upset about a few extra circuits. So electricians are obliged to balance your three-phase house on average. So unfortunately, at this stage, Powerwalls are not the easiest or best option for people to use as battery storage, and not the cheapest battery storage in WA.
On three-phase.
On three-phase. And in fact, even on single-phase, Synergy.
A lot of houses have been sold
because the Powerwall doesn't have a DC solar input. So because it doesn't, if you have a 5 kilowatt single phase inverter and a 5 kilowatt single phase Powerwall, again, Western Power gets upset and go, well, that's too much. That's 10 kilowatts of inverter, even though the two never work together.
It's funny that it's just Western Power though. What about the whole of Australia and the rest of the world that don't have this issue?
Well, in South Australia, or I think in New South Wales, they've actually overridden their own phase balance laws and said you can be out of balance by 9 kilowatts just to facilitate battery storage. They've deliberately said, in this case of battery storage, we're going to override our own regulations and actively solicit people to put in battery storage because it saves the grid. Batteries do everything that solar wrecks, batteries solve. And whether that's a battery that's attached to your house or one that's attached to 4 pieces of rubber, being your car, because people talk about vehicle to grid. You don't need vehicle to grid to effectively generate power. You can actually do that by stopping the absorption of power. So the great thing about EVs is you can get them to charge instantly, like you can turn them on straight away within seconds or milliseconds. But if suddenly there's a cloud bank come over, you can then tell all those EVs to stop charging. So by stopping them from charging is the equivalent of turning on a big generator, because all that power that you were using can suddenly go to somewhere else. So yeah, batteries really are the future. The problem is Western Power's regulations, as they were originally written, probably decades ago, just don't fit. They're not fit for purpose. They don't contemplate intelligent, active inverters. They're treating your solar inverter like a dumb diesel generator that's got 2 settings, on or off, but sort of.
The problem with the regulations, Harold, is it's not, if Western Power wants to change them, they can't just unilaterally change their own regulations. You need to change the legislation to be able to change the Western Power regulations. So you need basically an act of Parliament, to change.
They're clearly not being nasty about it or obstructionist. They literally have nowhere to go.
They literally, I don't think they understand what they're doing.
And I think, Pete, you might know this better than me, but I infer that, for instance, I know Frony has come up with an 8.3 kilowatt inverter. And I think that was intended because in Western Australia, the standard setup is 5 kilowatt inverter, 6.6 kilowatts of solar panels. But I think that is to do with the STCs, the renewable energy credits,
yeah,
to do with the panel.
And the feed-in tariff.
Feed-in tariff, yeah.
Yes, but I think the feed-in tariff, you could have 10 kilowatts of panels, as long as it's only a 5 kilowatt inverter.
There's no feed-in tariff.
A feed-in tariff. But
there's no feed-in tariff after 5 kilowatts.
No, once you
exceed no feed-in tariff.
Yes, so you get no buyback once you go beyond a 5 kilowatt system, inverter system.
Yep.
But another aspect is.
But if you go 10 kilowatts of panels on a 5 kilowatt inverter, you won't get the STCs because
you're in violation.
You can't go 33%. Yep.
Yes, yeah. And the thing is, Synergy, you can get up to 15 kilowatts of solar inverter on a 3-phase house. I know it's definitely 3-phase.
Yeah, 5 kilowatts a phase, and that's why phase 5 kilowatts is the limit.
That's what they've allowed me at the moment, 5 kilowatts.
But that said, the 5 kilowatt limit is you can actually apply for more, but it requires a technical review. So the 5 kilowatts per phase you can have approved without a technical review. But if you want more, so on a single phase, you're limited to 5 kilowatts, technical review or not. On 3-phase, there's actually no upper limit. So you can apply for 100 kilowatts if you wanted to, and have it go to technical review. Now, good luck getting 100 kilowatts approved, but there is no upper limit in terms of what you can try and apply for.
But I thought that
I paid for 40 kilowatts. I paid for 40 kilowatts at my house. I ran 16 mil cable, which gives me 63 amps a phase. And then they contacted me to say, hey, for another $5,000, you can have 50 kilowatts a phase. And I said, no, that's fine. I'll just stick with the 40. And then when they came out, I thought they were going to change the fuses to regulate that 40 kilowatts, and they left the 100 amp fuses in the board. So now I pull, no problems, 50 kilowatts, whatever you want, you know.
When I had a house built on a block of land that was always vacant about 15 years ago, and when I got power connected, I think the standard connection was 80 amps per phase. It was overhead power, but it was on the other side of the road, and they did it underground, so they just put a borer under the road to run into a hat, the green, what's the name?
Green domes.
Green dome. And the standard connection was 80 amps per phase. And I said, oh, have you got anything bigger than that? And he said, oh yeah, we've got 120 amps per phase. And I said, how much extra does that cost? And he goes, nothing. So I said, oh, I'll have that, please. So my boundary fuses of that house were 120 amps, or no, it might have been 100 amps per phase. But Western Power's little secret is that they actually notionally only allocate a standard house a 32 amp 3-phase, so basically 22 kilowatt.
That's a standard
delivery. That's a standard supply. So technically, if you say, I want to buy myself a 50 kilowatt tritium charger, which will draw 79 amps per phase, which won't blow your boundary fuses because you've got 80 amp boundary fuses, or maybe 100 amp ones.
Yeah.
If you officially ask Western Power for permission to install a 50 kilowatt tritium charger, they will then say, well, actually, no, we're going to have to charge you a capacity usage fee, which is approximately $1,000 per additional kilowatt above the 22 kilowatt supply. So that's about $22,000 or $25,000 for, like what you say, Jared, doing precisely nothing at your house because the fuses are already there.
Correct.
But notionally, if everyone did this, they'd have to go and upgrade a transformer somewhere or upgrade a main feeder.
I'm just surprised how many people just don't know and just pay it. it reminds me of a story when I came back from Europe and I accepted charges for an overseas, using my telephone overseas. This is about 10 years ago, and I got home and I had a bill for $21,000 from Telstra. And I opened it on my birthday, thinking it was my birthday, and a letter from a friend. And I looked at it and it was Telstra bill. And then the next day I rang Telstra and they said, "Oh no, you did. You're in Germany. You accepted the charges and it's all good. Now I'll put you through to payments. And for the next 21 years, you can pay $1,000 a year and it will all be great." And I hanged up and rang back and spoke to an ombudsman. And the first word I needed was, "Where was your duty of care? When were you going to stop me using in the internet at 4,000? No, at 21,000. No, you didn't stop me at all." So they came back with a bill of $300, and my lawyer friend said, "As soon as you get the bill paid and it's done, it's completed." So that's what I did. But luckily, I didn't settle for that lady going, "Yeah, let's sign a 21-year payment plan at $1,000 a year." So, I just were amazed how many people would still do that. Like, now, of course, it's all changed. You go overseas, your phone starts pinging and saying, you're going to get charged every cent that you talk, so.
Yes, I think they're obliged to sort of cut you off after about $400 or something less than that, or warn you incessantly. And then even then, if they'll set like an arbitrary hard limit.
I've got a business phone plan now. It's $200, and I can use my phone anywhere in the world constantly. And pretty much, with a data package. So.
Well, that's a very good point, because mobile phones back in the dark ages, when dinosaurs roamed, and you had an 018 number, which is the analog phones, and then you just went to digital phones, and a text used to cost 25 cents per text, and it used to pay several dollars a minute in 30-second slices.
Yep.
Now you basically have mobile phones as a service. You just pay a monthly flat fee, and then your usage is sort of effectively unlimited, pretty much.
Right.
That's a little bit like the way the grid is going to have to go. Whereas at the moment, the access fee was really low, but you pay a fair bit for the supply of for the electricity, the actual product. There will come a time when the access fee to the grid as a service will have to be perhaps $2 or $3 or $4 a day, but the actual electricity cost will be very low, because it's all just being swapped between panels, batteries, wind, and other things connected to the grid as a service.
Do you think that the Tesla batteries will come down in price?
Yeah.
Well, they should, because they're not cheap. They should, yes. Yeah.
I mean, they've already, from the first generation, they've already halved in price.
Yes.
So, no, they will. But in terms of that daily supply charge, there's an economic limit to how high they can go with that, because it's $1 a day roughly now, but not long ago it was only about 20 or 30 cents a day. So they've already tripled that. But if they get past a certain point, it will be economic for people to unplug from the grid altogether and say, you can take your supply charges, I'll just go completely off grid with my batteries. So they're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and the only solution is to actually promote EVs, because the average Australian does 40 kilometres a day. So that's what, 8-10 kilowatt hours. And that's, that will replace, half a solar system. So you put in 2 EVs and that offsets what a home generates from solar.
Yeah, right.
That's right. Actually, that's a very good point, because as efficient as EVs are compared to petrol vehicles or fossil fueled vehicles, it still takes a lot of energy to get from A to B, and it's comparable to the amount of energy you'd normally use in a house. So one thing, if you're going to use something like a Zappi or something similar, is you need to be aware that, especially in winter, or in winter you get nothing from your solar really, and in spring and autumn you do, but your EV is quite thirsty, so you can easily overwhelm a 5 kilowatt system with normal house use and an EV.
Oh, definitely.
So you'll find that you'll be like Pete's alluding to, you'll still be a net importer of energy with an
Yeah,
EV.
in winter will always be still importing, and that's where that new plan that I learnt last night, the smart plan, and changed today with Synergy today, which was good to do. I think that's a good learning thing.
And the great thing is you can then top up particularly in winter, you can top up your power walls, your battery system with the cheaper juice. And then if there's a little bit that's made with your solar, you can always play with those numbers. I think you've got advanced tariff adjustments on your power wall.
You do,
so that you can get it, say, top it up to 60% or 70%.
Correct.
And then the solar will naturally top up the rest if it can or can't. And it won't matter because all you need to do is survive until 11 p.m. the next day, the next night.
Yeah. You're doing on like today, for example. I did 45 today, nearly. On an average winter day, sort of that's where it's at. But yeah, in summer it's a totally different story, of course. But yeah, if on a day where it's belting down with rain, you're only going to do like maybe 15.
Oh
yeah. It's not. There's nothing there, so that's when you do the top up the night before, which will be good.
Hey, Jared, I'm just wondering, just thinking out loud. So in winter, if your batteries only get to about 45% tops, that's from solar, and then you top it up between 1 and 4.
Yeah, correct. Well, any time after 9 o'clock now that I've
every time after 9 o'clock. Okay.
I'll basically take it to 60%. And that's enough at least to get me past 9 o'clock. I mean,
so
LED, everything's LED.
So what I'm thinking is, why not one night just let it charge to 80 or 90%?
Yep.
And then obviously use it as you would normally, but rather than it going down to 5 or 10% and then going to 45 with the solar and to 60 after 9. You'll be going to, let's say, 65 with solar and then to 95, and that way your battery is around that 50% mark more often than at the 5 or 10%, which will probably mean that you'll extend the life life of the battery.
Yeah, okay, that's a good call. Very good call.
You can sort of experiment with it, just and it might change by season.
Yeah,
so in summer you'll probably find if you're not at home during the daytime, you're not using your aircon.
Yeah, I turn it on remotely. In summer, I just refuse to give Western Power any money after the relationship that I have with them. So I'll turn the aircon.
No, so you got to get your utilities right. It's actually, it goes into the Western Power system, but Synergy get to sell it to someone else.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, correct.
But of course, Synergy, the problem with Synergy.
But no, Jared's right, because the reason why Synergy only pay you, or it used to be the 7.135 cents, and now it's the 3 and 10. And people think they're ripping you off. They're getting to buy the electricity from you at 3 and then sell it back to you at 30 cents. Well, Synergy doesn't get to keep that 27 cents. Most of that goes to Western Power because the network charges, so the charge to transport those electrons via the grid, 15 cents, let's say. So Jared's actually right. So even though when he's exporting the power, yes, Synergy gets to resell that power to someone else,
and I get
but a lot of that money is going to Western Power through the network charge.
Yep.
Correct.
And poor Jared gets absolutely zero because if he sells I was going to say meaningless amount of power, but a little bit of power, they pay him money.
No.
But when he wants to sell in bulk power,
there's
nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Which is, I know it's legal because it's the law or it's a regulation, but it's not appropriate. But then having said that, in the eastern states, in New South Wales, I believe, I don't know if they have implemented it or they are going to implement it.
There's competition in New South Wales.
No. They will chart at certain inappropriate times, such as when there's lots of solar. You will actually be charged money if you export energy to the grid.
Well, that's what they're starting to do.
They don't want it. So, and of course, people get upset. They go, well, how, that's appalling. But the fact is sometimes the actual supply charge goes negative. And in Western Australia, it's done it, I think, twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
And maybe even more often since. So it might have been a couple of times since then. But let's call it at least 2 times in recent times. The amount of money you have to pay as a consumer for electricity went negative. In other words, you were paid to take that power because there was surplus and they couldn't get rid of it. And electricity has to be.
It happens fairly regular, not regularly, but it happens fairly often at night time because the wind farms are still producing power. And for them, it's more economic to keep the turbines spinning and collect the STCs than to turn them off. Yep. So they end up, they're still profitable even though they're selling the power, even though they're having to pay to sell the power.
Yeah,
they're still making money because the STCs are more than what they have to pay. So, yeah, so that's what causes it to go negative.
But the great solution is, and you can actually do it, Jared, you can do this on your inverters, is set them to zero net export.
I've got the old 15 kilowatt SMA inverters.
Oh, I don't know if can they have a smart meter hooked up to them? Can they have
they're getting the new smart meter installed by Western Power in the next 5 days after today.
No. Sorry, no. This is to the inverter itself. So.
Oh, right, okay.
Because
it's the smartness is just a Cat 6 cable coming out of it and it's giving you a reading to SMA. That's about the control of it. It's the old knock on the door. Light comes up. You can see what's going on. It's a big step back from my 10 and my 5.
Yeah, right.
Back in technology.
Because modern inverters that, I'm sort of fairly familiar with Fronius. They have a what they call a smart meter, which goes to the boundary. Effectively, it goes in your main switchboard, and it's the last thing it's the first thing that the grid touches effectively.
Yeah.
And its purpose, if you set it this way, is you can tell your inverter to produce as much electricity as is required for the house, but it exports nothing to the grid, or it can export 5 kilowatts maximum or 10 or whatever maximum you set.
Yeah.
Even if the inverter doesn't have that function, you can actually
but you can trim it to 258 or something. You can trim it so it's higher. There's a adjustment pots inside it that I've seen. That apparently you can tune it up so it's running hotter. And Western Power don't really like it, but apparently guys do it. So it runs a bit
it's not very good for the inverter long term, though.
Yeah. The inverter, so it's an old one. It's designed for warehouses. It's one that you'd see in a warehouse somewhere, being a 15 kilowatts, big blue.
That's pretty basic, yeah.
Yeah, it's very basic, very basic. So,
but like I said, you can pay money for a zero export device, and all you're doing is just ramping down your inverter. So, and you're effectively wasting the sun.
Yeah.
Alternatively, just hook up a Bitcoin miner and make money out of it.
My eventual goal is to get to 6 batteries, to put another 3 on. That's my eventual goal.
Yeah, but you need to be able to use 6 batteries worth of energy.
I've got a fair bit of
that's like 50 kilowatt hours.
Yeah, I've got a fair. Yeah, well, our power bill used to be around about $1,200 every 2 months. So I'd be happy with having serious storage and just paying the connection fee, so to speak. That's where I'd like to be eventually. But the solar panels on my house, which is 40 panels, 28 panels north, and the rest are west.
How much is that in kilowatts, or how big are your panels?
Well, it's 12.5 kilowatts is the whole system. And the reason being is because the panels on the front of the house, we were really worried about the aesthetics. So we used the Solar Heart panel that's all black. You don't see any lines, and that sold us. But the problem with that, it's only 315 kilowatts, and average panel now is 370 to 380 panels, but they look like, they're attractive. And we didn't want to lose the aesthetics on the front of the house with 28 panels. It looks like a big hot water system at the moment, and we like that look. But
Did they powder coat the rails in black as well?
I powder coated the rails and put plastic caps at the end, which then they thought that was so fantastic. They wanted to photograph and say they did that. I'm like, no problems. I put square caps at the end of the rails to stop where they cut the rail and it looks like a jagged end. Now it looks black plastic cap. It looks perfect.
A solid tip is when they cut the end of the rails, they usually just use a reciprocating or an angle grinder.
Right.
And if you're using cheap rails and they don't use the highest quality aluminium, the ends can oxidize.
That's
and
right.
what you could find is in 10, 15 years, you got to replace your rails, which means you got to pull your whole system up and, it pays to, I used to know the grade of aluminium. I can't remember now, but there's different grades of aluminium.
Yeah, that's right.
And so if you've got the highest grade aluminium, so what they do is they use, for the cheap ones, they use a lower grade aluminium and then they coat it to prevent oxidization. But the problem is as soon as because the rails come in standard lengths, usually 4 meters or whatever it is. And so then they have to angle grind them to make them fit. And where they cut them, that's where, the seal is obviously broken.
Yeah, it's interesting, that's for sure. But a price point with the batteries I thought was interesting because when I went to the second Tesla battery, I put it out to the 6 people that could sell the batteries in Perth. 5 of them came back with 14,500, between 14 and 15,000 per battery, and then Bradford's came back with 11,000 installed. And then so I went with Bradford's on the price.
Where was that, Joe?
When was that?
Yeah,
would have been about 6 months ago. I know there's been a price increase, but it was sitting about $11,000 a battery for the second and third battery. Is what
I had an install back then. They was doing it for 11.5.
Yeah.
There's
still another $500 for the thin Tesla bit of metal that joins the 2 batteries together.
Yeah.
Probably find the substitute at Bunnings for about $32, but it doesn't have a Tesla badge on it, and it doesn't come in a Tesla box at $490 something, which I was just dumbfounded.
So is that just so that they sit together?
So the first battery sits on the floor, bolted to the wall, and then the second battery clamps clamps the other battery to the battery, and it has an Allen key adjustment and then pulls it tight together so the battery sits tight, and then you can do 3 stacks like that.
It's front back, but you've got the wall there, there's one there, there's another one there.
But they're all standing on the floor though. They're not hung on the wall. They're all standing on the floor.
They've got a foot, a U shape that they sit on.
So you could have just stood 3 of them up on like dominoes on the floor and just got a bit of Meccano or something and just strapped it across.
You could have, but it wouldn't be the Tesla certified installation. So
I know
there's $1,000 for 2 bits of metal.
If you have space, you can. It's perfectly fine to do 3 next to each other on the wall.
Yeah, we had 2 on the wall, but then we ran out of wall space that we wanted to put it. So it was a neater look that I saw. Did some research sitting on the floor, and it's much neater. It all comes back neater. It ties in neatly.
It looks good too.
It does. It looks like a power bank. It does hum a bit in summer when it's ramping up. You can actually hear it humming. But it's very impressive. I mean, every time that someone comes around from somewhere to do with something, they're like, "Wow, I've never seen 3 before." It's like, "Oh, wow, okay." Because the guy that installed it from Bradford's, he does 1 or 2 a week in the new houses that are selling 1 battery with the house as a part of the house package, as a brand new house.
Yep.
He does them quite a lot, and he said, "I've never seen 3 in his life." So there you go. So.
Cool.
Yeah, definitely cool. Definitely like it.
It's just
it comes to my policy of anything with Tesla or anything. Do your research and cry once and keep crying. and try and move on.
Yeah, well, I got burnt with the 3-phase thing, so I gave up and I just went BYD, which frustratingly is cheaper than Tesla, but you know.
Yeah.
But none of the battery storage systems are anything like their cell cost. You know, they're still $500 a kilowatt hour plus.
Yeah.
And yet we know that the cost of the batteries is less than that. But you know,
yeah,
I dare say battery systems are what solar was 10 years ago.
Pete, where do you think batteries will be in 2 years' time, price-wise?
They've been dropping on average about 15% per annum. But the problem is it's not a gradual 15%. So what Tesla does is they'll bring out a new model, the pricing will be really attractive, and then they'll start to increase it because they're trying to prioritize cars, you know, cells for cars or whatever the case may be. And then when the new model comes out again, it drops and then it slowly increases and then it drops. So, well, the Gen 2 has been out for how long, Harold? 2 years now? Or longer than that?
Powerwall?
Yeah, Powerwall 2.
Probably more like 3.
Yeah.
I think it's been a long time, actually.
Yeah, so probably in 2 years' time, I'd say half price. I'd say in 3 years' time, half price if I had to take a punt.
Yeah. Like $6,000 sort of thing
for
and it will be more than 13.5 kilowatts by then, you reckon?
Well, it's hard to know because you want to keep the modularity, you know, so that you can, you know, you can take advantage of some, you know, the markets where you don't need 13.5 or 26 or whatever the, you know, 27 or whatever the number is. So they'll probably keep the size the same rather than increasing the capacity and maybe just make them more modular or, you know, so the size may reduce, but the capacity might stay the same and it might be cheaper.
LG did that. LG did a more modular system that sort of drops easy on top of each other.
No. Well, the one that Harold, the one that Harold has is 2.75 kilowatt hours.
It's BYD. So they have a base unit, which the whole battery stands on, and then you stack it's just like Lego bricks. You just stack them, and they actually wire themselves in series.
Yeah,
there's a little bit of a complication there. I've got what's called the HVM, which is the medium voltage, which goes up to about 400 volts at 22 kilowatt hours. I think that's a stack of 7 or 8. It's 8 batteries. So that becomes roughly 400 volts. And there's another system that's the HVS, which is the lower voltage or lower setup. As a cost comparison, say for 22 kilowatt hours, I don't know, well, say like trade price or retail, it's probably about, with GST, about 18 grand. Is that about right, Pete? Roughly, sort of?
Give me one second.
There was about 20,000 for one battery and one gateway installed from solar.
Yeah, no, see, but don't forget, the BYD batteries, that's only a battery, it's not an inverter. So you've got to marry that to an inverter.
Yeah, right.
But if you get a hybrid inverter, they don't really cost a lot more than a standard inverter. So you sort of get that bit for free.
Yeah, okay.
But it's different. And the thing too is with Powerwall, you get no inverter. No solar.
Yeah.
Because they don't have a DC coupled solar input.
That's right.
They could have. In fact, I think that the new Tesla solar setups, they may be going to that.
Yeah, right.
Whereby you have Tesla panels to a Powerwall and the whole thing's integrated.
Yeah, it's all locked in.
At the moment, it's different.
So Harold, for the BYD, the battery box, 2.76 kilowatt hour modules for 8 of those, including the cabinet.
Yep.
The base, about 16 grand, I'd say.
Yeah, right, cool. Yep.
Wholesale.
Wholesale, yes. Yeah. So for say 16 grand, that's 22 kilowatt hours.
Yeah.
Which is favourable compared to, say, oh, and by the way, that can supply 10 kilowatts of energy to an inverter. So if you get, say, something like, I'm only familiar with Fronius, but you get the Fronius Gen 24. No, I think it might be 9 kilowatts actually, sorry. It's a 10 kilowatt inverter that can draw 9 kilowatts from your batteries.
On the battery.
Like a house.
Right. Okay.
But you can stack them, so you can have a 22 kilowatt hour system, and you can have three stacks of that, so you can go to 66 kilowatt hours.
Right.
But like I said, you've gone down the Tesla rabbit hole.
I have.
And the funny thing was, when the Powerwall 1 came out, I think that was the cheapest battery system, and the Powerwall 2 actually beat it by a fair margin. That beat LG, that beat everyone.
Was that 6.5 kilowatts?
Sorry?
The Powerwall 1, that was 6.5 kilowatts, wasn't it?
Or 7 or 6. It was, yeah, something like that. It was around.
The Powerwall 2 was roughly about double. So yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So when they go to Powerwall 3, are they going to make it, double?
Yeah, that's why I don't think they will, because they'll lose that modularity. You know what I mean? They'll be excluding themselves from a market that only requires 10 kilowatt hours or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
But they will step down the price. But so whereas Tesla were the cheapest a few years ago, your LGs came, and then your BYDs, and they're now cheaper. I mean, LG have got their own issues with recalls and things. And I think some of the inverter manufacturers have effectively stopped being compatible with, or not bothered to be compatible with LG anymore. They just, it seems that BYD in that space is becoming quite prominent. But yeah, Tesla is now no longer the cheapest by a fair margin.
Yeah.
But hopefully, like
that will change.
That will change.
Gen 3 comes out, and
yeah. Yep, and they'll do that classic step down. They'll go beneath everyone else.
Yeah.
But then everyone else will probably catch up, and then Tesla will lag a bit, and then there'll be another generation change, and so on.
And so on. Yeah.
And I think what Tesla should do is integrate. It should be fully integrated. You have a DC input for panels.
Yep.
And AC input/output for the grid / house. And the battery, it should be all integrated, because they are one of the world's largest consumers of inverter. They're one of the largest producers of inverters in the world, because they use them in their cars. Yeah, it's basically what runs the motors.
Well, they now use their own. So Tesla manufactured inverter. So as of 8 months ago, 7 months ago, something like that. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
They're one of the world's largest inverter manufacturers, even though it's all hidden in the car.
Yeah. Right. There you go.
So there you go. But
and each car, each Model 3's got an 11 kilowatt inverter. So
yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and the Model S and X have got 17 kilowatt inverters.
Yeah, and the old ones had 22.
Yeah, but they were two. They were a pair.
Two 11s.
Two 11s. Yep, side by side under the back seat of the Model S. Yep, which is what Richard has. That's what keeps the back seat warm.
Yeah, the cat likes sleeping there.
Just as long as it doesn't sprawl itself over the terminals, it could be like. Oh dear.
It's funny enough, I had a look the other day when Ben was doing the mod for the CCS2 charger upgrade. He needed to put like a MOSFET unit or something under the seats. I'm not quite sure why. I assume that it's telling the AC inverters to not do anything and just mainline jack into the battery. So
what it is it's a little module made by SGS Thompson's. Well, it's actually like an evaluation board that they put together.
Yep.
They splice it into the wiring loom of your charger inlet, the communication pins,
yep,
the control pilot and the presence pilot.
Yep.
They splice it in series.
Yep.
And
okay.
basically because standard Tesla supercharger communications goes down the control pilot line in digital form.
Yep.
So as does the HPWC, you know, when it's non-Tesla, when it's Tesla standard and not universal, when only Teslas can charge on the HPWCs, it's because the communications goes on this data line. In the wisdom of whoever invented CCS, they actually send the data for the communications down the DC pins using
right. Okay. Yeah, sure.
Quite difficult because you've got hundreds of amps at hundreds of volts with very low impedance, and you're trying to inject like a digital. It's just ridiculously hard. Well, sort of, and just more complicated than it had to be. But that's what they did. So what Tesla have to do is fit this module so that it then connects to the CAN bus, and then they can interpret this CCS data and then work properly.
Okay.
You can tell it's an evaluation kit because, and they haven't modified it, because apart from the fact that when you lay a circuit board out and you've got a chip that's got, say, 100 legs, like pins, and you need 20 pins, well, you don't go and wire all the other stuff out onto the evaluation board with all the holes drilled with breakout bits, like a breadboard or like a Zigbee project that you get from JCO or whatever. It's exactly what this board's like. It's even got 2 red flashing LEDs, right? Which tell you that it's alive and it's talking or something, but it's something you never see.
Yeah, sure.
So they've been so slack that they've just gone, oh, we're just going to get this design off the shelf and we're just going to run with it. And we'll play our own stick and whatever. So that's what you have to fit under your seat. And of course, because in the Model S's, the chargers are under the back seat. In the Model X, they're in like the rear quarter panel. So it's easier to access.
Oh,
When it
right.
wasn't working properly, I was able to just pull out the trim and unplug it and plug it back in again. And then it seemed to work for a bit better on some of the chargers because of a timing issue or something with the module, which is what some cars are having the issue at Geraldton, charging at Tokwa's charger because it's not working with retrofitted CCS, but it seems to work on a Model S that's younger, like, you know, one that's a year old that's got it as standard. So it's a bit weird. But that's cool. So that was Ben doing that.
Yes. And then he also came back a few days later to connect. I knew exactly what they'd done when they did the MCU2 upgrade. Everything was all good, and I thought, yeah, this is wonderful. And then pressed the button for the glove box. I'm like, I bet they didn't do that. Anyway, so Ben came back and sorted that as well. So
did you see him
all good?
You didn't see him do the, oh no, because you would have had to take your car to Aussie Park for them to fit the MCU. They didn't do that on site, did they?
No, they came, picked it up, took it there and brought it back because I was away on site, and you know, Emma's here with the bub. So yeah, it was great though.
You know where the dash is? They actually squeeze in little airbags and they pump them up to split it, make it open the gap up so they can get stuff.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, the little airbags, a bit like you have on those four-wheel drives. Didn't they have airbags that you hooked up to the exhaust pipe that you could lift your
that you could jack the car up with? Yeah. I think we were even looking at them recently because we mostly drive on sand or gravel.
That's not good.
It won't work with your EV, mate. You'll just have to speak hot air into it.
No, not if you have the hover conversion, Richard.
Hover conversion, what's that?
Have you not seen Back to the Future?
On the Roadster, that's going to have a hover conversion.
True. Fate loves irony.
Cold gas thrusters.
I've got a question for Pete. Have you got paint protection on your Model 3?
No, and it's a mistake that I've lived to regret. Reason being is Elon actually admitted on one of one of the interviews, and kudos to him for being so, upfront about it. So mine came out in September. It was manufactured in Fremont in July of 2019, which was in the middle of the ramp up, which is the worst time to buy a Tesla, as Elon has said now. And they were trying to basically get the cars out ASAP. They worked out retrospectively that had they left the first coat of paint on for an additional 30 seconds, there wouldn't have been any problems. But they rushed it, and the paint is so soft. I've actually, even using a microfiber cloth on the bonnet and just trying to, it's basically the microfiber cloth has left marks on the bonnet. That's how soft the paint is. So
I've got full paint protection film on mine that I got a month after Pete's. Best thing. I mean, it costs $5,000, but it's absolutely the best thing, because I can have a dusty, dirty car, and if it's not too bad, I'll just rinse it off and dry it off. Now it's blue, so it just shows swirls like you wouldn't believe, like a black car almost. But because it's got this film, it self-heals. It just doesn't get swirls.
Where's that, Richard? Which company does this?
A few of them do it. I got it done at Perth Detailing. So there was, I got full, everything was covered. I thought, no, don't just do the bonnet, whatever. I did the whole car, and it saved me a couple of times where I've had it damaged, and they've, it's saved me having to have any paint replaced. So that's been great. Best thing.
Yeah.
And I had tinting and a few other things done. So yeah.
I've been playing with the idea of, because I actually wanted a white car, and the black was the free color at the time. So I didn't want to pay an extra $2,500. And a week later, the white was free. So I've actually been playing around with the idea of getting it wrapped and changing the color. I really like that silver color. If you remember when the Model 3 was first unveiled, they had 3 of them, and the one in the middle was a silver color that they've never brought into production. But I quite like that silver look. So yeah, I've been playing around with the idea of getting it wrapped in that silver color.
What's the price of that, Peter?
What's that?
What's the price to get it wrapped?
To change the color, you're probably looking at sort of $8,000, $9,000, $10,000. And at that price, I mean, you can buy a new car for $10,000. It's so.
And it's often a problem wrapping over black rather than wrapping. You can wrap dark over light, but not so easy the other way.
I thought it's the opposite, because one advantage I've seen on Damon's burnt orange Model X, and a big shout out to you, Damon, for watching this. This
it's not burnt orange.
Your fourth.
It's definitely not burnt orange.
Oh, yes, it is.
And I'll second that. Second there.
Now, now, Damon, we know it's burnt orange. It's okay. It's just the 3 stages of acceptance. Whatever it is, resentment.
Hey, Damon, whenever Harold brings it up, just look at that Tesla logo behind Harold and just use that as a reference point. That logo is definitely not burnt orange.
No, it's not. But then again, Damon's car doesn't look like that logo either. But be that as it may, his car started white, and you do actually notice in a couple of bits where the white is poking through, like in a gap or whatever. But if it was black, the great thing about black is, like, you've got a gap between the doors, or like fingers, that black bit, it's a shadow anyway. So if you see a little bit of black poking out, you just presume it's a shadow line. So actually, I think, Richard, that wrapping a black car is actually better than a white car, to be honest.
Can you spray it, Pete? Can you get it spray painted?
You could, but I mean, I had a quote to respray a bonnet, and that was about $900, and that is just that one piece. Right. So yeah, I suppose you could get it resprayed, but I wonder if, that's the silver one in the middle there.
Yeah.
You meant that silver, not this one.
Not the grey. Yeah, the grey you can buy, but the silver they never brought into production. So it brought the red and the grey, but not that silver, which is
That's all right, actually, to be honest.
It's just got stronger lights on it, mate. That's all it is. And different wheels.
Yeah. So those were the 20-inch or 21-inch wheels that they had, I think, there at the time.
Oh, sorry, I had it just there. Oh, come on.
But I've seen some guys in the US who have wrapped their Model 3s in that silver, and it actually looks really good. They did like a matte silver finish.
Yep.
Sort of matte. Yeah. Yeah, look good.
But they, even if you wrap it, it doesn't have the same protection as PPF.
No.
It's plate protection film.
Yeah, you need to go. Does it take long for them to put it on, Richard? Is it a day thing?
About 3 days they needed it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it was a good thing.
And you happy with the finish, with the way they did? So it's the edges that are more. Yeah, you can see the line presumably, but you'd have to be looking.
Not really.
On the inside,
you wouldn't. If you looked, I guess I've never looked really. It's not just a non-event really.
Yeah, fair enough.
So
picking my car up on Friday. What sort of servicing? I guess there's no service.
I did my servicing today. I got a little thing on my screen that said you got to fill your washer fluid. So I did my servicing today. Took me. Well, I bought some distilled water and poured it in, and that's my service done for the next year. So that was good.
So that's it. There's nothing else.
And I'm sort of kidding, but that's about it. Seriously, that's about it. I have rotated my tyres once. But
technically, if you want to know, when you get into your car, go on the in the menu. It's under servicing, or is it service, or what? It's one on the software.
We haven't gone past the fart section at the moment.
You never will.
But anyway, so if you go in there and if you go under maintenance, it will tell you that there's a filter that needs replacing every 2 years. There's another filter that needs replacing every 6 years. You got to change the brake fluid for contaminants. You got to check that. Is it every year? I think
2 years. I think
every 2 years. Yeah. And obviously you got to rotate the tires and change your tires and washer fluid and windscreen wipers, and that's about it.
And is there a special way, like when they lift the car up to change tires? Can it be done at any auto place?
Yeah.
No, you want the parks. Yeah, you want the park. So basically the parks. So every car.
I'll show you. I'll go out and show you. I've got to show you something, Pete. I did a little mod to my car yesterday.
Ah, cool. But yeah, every car's obviously got its proper points where you're supposed to lift it. It's even more critical with an EV, because if they put the jack underneath the battery, they might dislodge the battery. Yeah. So the parks are really there just to make sure that you're lifting it at the right points. Yeah, there you go.
I keep one in my here all the time.
That's a non-genuine puck, and I know it's not a Tesla one because it's really thick. The Tesla ones are a little bit they're not as thick.
All right.
But the Tesla ones do seem to deform a bit when you lift the car.
Yeah.
So
do you get one with it or not?
No, you don't.
Yeah, this is actually you buy.
Yeah, you can buy from Tesla. You can buy a set of 4. You can buy it from a third party. But the thicker they are, I mean, putting the pucks underneath that jacking point, you need to have a very low jack to be able to get it underneath. Yeah. Because, so I've actually got one on order from the US. We've actually been here already. But yeah, it's fairly hard to. I actually got one that was the lowest, a scissor one that was the lowest, and then I chopped. What you're not supposed to do, but I chopped the top end off it, just to be able to fit it underneath the car with the puck.
Right.
Well, that's interesting because I've got a just an aluminium load thing I used to use on my Lotus, and that fits under fine. But this is
that's not a portable one, Richard. So the non-portable ones, they're fairly low profile. But if you want a portable one, they're virtually impossible to find one that will fit the Tesla and the puck.
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. Because I jacked up my car to see if my modern spare thing would work. You know, and it worked perfectly, no problem.
Yeah.
But I don't think I used the puck.
What's the deal with the tyre thing? When Harry tells you, you know, you don't need a spare tyre and all these sort of things. I know you can get a spare tyre when we go away from you guys from the club, but if you have a flat tyre in the middle of the city, they say something that you contact Tesla and they'll come out and change it.
Yeah, that's true.
You haven't heard my story.
Oh, here we go.
Everyone else has. I had my Model 3. I'd waited 1,309 days for it, and it arrived on the flatbed. They took away my Honda Odyssey on the flatbed, and right, kids, let's go for a drive. And 5 kilometers later, I was calling them up, and it was back on the flatbed because my Model 3 Performance has got stupidly low profile tires, and I hit a curb and ruptured a tire after 5 kilometers.
Oh, God.
So I'm now running 18-inch wheels on my car rather than 20-inch.
Right.
So yeah, I just ran and it was seamless. They just took the car away and fixed it. It's no problem.
So is that what they do for a year or something? Is that?
I don't know.
No, I think it's pretty much for life, isn't it?
No, I think it's the duration of the
because the
warranty.
performance, I felt like it's a year or something.
Maybe 4 years or 80,000 Ks.
Oh, it is under that.
Get roadside assistance for free.
So it's not Harry doesn't come out on a scooter with a tyre in his armpit.
No, definitely not. No.
No.
So Pete, I want to show you my mod, mate.
Are you talking about the black trim?
No. Oh yeah, I did that ages
ago. Carbon. Is that carbon fiber?
The whites. No, it's the same as I did on the on here. It's just.
Okay.
Yeah, it just matches.
It looks pretty good.
Yeah. Is it like contact or something? Is that like, yeah.
That's an old mod. I did that 12 months ago. But this mod I did yesterday. I don't know how I'm going to show you.
Oh, we've lost video.
Okay. There we go. There we go. You got it? You got me back? Oh, come on. Yes. Lights. Hang on. Got to turn the lights on again. There we go. I can move my screen.
Oh, cool. I've been thinking about doing that. That is very cool.
Hang on. Just turn this off.
Yeah.
Yeah, but some of them are fixed, but this one you can move anytime you like.
Yeah, awesome. And that's basically the Model S and Model X refresh.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's got, some of them had all sorts of weird things here, but this one's quite nice. It just clips in, and that's the nicest one I've seen.
So does that mean it's actually further backwards into the cab?
It's further down.
Yep.
And about the same distance from the dash.
Ah, right. Yep.
And everything else works. Some of these systems, they don't work. It covers up, but this all works still, Pete. So
does it adjust upwards as well?
No.
Oh, no. Right. So just left and right.
Yeah, just left and right. And that was $149.
Is that all?
Yep.
Wow.
I was going to get one from the States for $249 US, and then Tessera's or whatever had it advert on Facebook. So I ended up getting a mat, and I got a hook for inside the boot. You know, a little one of these triple hooks for put your groceries on.
Oh yes, yeah. The 3D print.
Yeah, little threes. And this thing, $149. I thought that was. Oops, I've gone away again. I keep pressing that button. Sorry, I keep pressing the wrong button. Yeah, so that was $149. I thought that was very good.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So you can be like a teenager, reliving your teenagerhood, where you get where you get a car, and then you go and accessorize it and go to Marlowe's and buy whatever accessory.
I had a Ford Cortina Mark II, and my old man used to play cars when he was younger, and I got this car and I hotted it up and I made it. It was pretty quick. And he said, "Don't you think Mr. Ford knew what he was doing?" And then any chance he got, he'd borrow my car. So, and when I had my lease, that was 25 psi blown supercharged. It was bloody quick. It's about as quick as this thing, but this is a lot nicer.
It sure
Okay,
is.
yes, so I do play.
So what other accessories you got planned there, Richard? Anything
Oh,
else?
have you seen my nice steering wheel? Hang on, I'll turn the lights on again.
Don't tell me you've got the yoke.
No, I've just got a bit of carbon fibre. That's just slip on. It's very nice, isn't it?
Yeah,
that wasn't the $800 steering wheel. It was just a little $150 thing. If
Now, Richard, if you go to Bunnings, I'm not sure which aisle. It's probably aisle 42, and you get a hacksaw. And
oh yeah, take that bit out. Yeah,
just cut the top part of the round thing off, and then the
That's
bottom
so
part of
awful.
the round thing.
Oh, that's
Well,
so awful.
there's a YouTuber in the US who's a tradie, and he did that fairly early on. And he didn't go halfway down. He sort of went 3/4 of the way. Sorry, or a quarter of the way. So he only got rid of the top quarter of the wheel.
Yep.
I'll show you one other mod you might not have seen.
Oh, I know what you're gonna do.
Yeah, I've got that now too, Richard.
Yeah, isn't it great?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
How much was that one, Richard?
About 700, but it's brilliant because I just speak to my phone and say, "Hey Siri, open the front," and it opens the front.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Hey, Richard,
easy to install, Richard?
Sorry, what?
Easy to install?
Oh yeah, the front one's very easy. Yeah, back one's a bit. I put one on the back too. That's a bit more of a thing, but you've got one. You'll have one automatically.
Yeah,
because the new ones have got them.
Yeah.
Oh,
hey, Richard, the screen swivel. Was that how easy or hard was that to install? Have we lost you?
No, I think he'll come back. He's just resting.
Might have lost
after all those mods, he's resting. He's having a break.
Maybe he inadvertently put his head between the frunk and the base of the car, and it's just
the frunk.
He got frunked.
Hopefully he'll come back. But yeah, that's a good scoop with the bendy, with the swiveling screen.
Yeah, I must admit that's one thing that I've definitely been considering. So
yeah,
Richard seems with the accessories. Richard seems to always be a step ahead of me. So with the tow bar, I'm thinking about doing that. And now he's beat me with the swivel screen. There he is. He's back.
Yeah, well, my iPad just ran out of juice, didn't it? So, I'm a klutz. I'm a Luddite. But anyway.
Hey, I was just asking how easy or how hard was it to fit the swivel screen thing?
Took about an hour.
Oh, okay.
But you could probably, if you didn't, because I had to take it off. There's a leather thing came around it when I first put it on. It was pinched a bit, so I had to take it all off again and unpinch it. And also the video that comes is of an earlier version where it's just got a leather thing you wrap around. Well, this, you actually have to poke the wires through it. So I pull it all up, and I was ready to put this thing around. Oh, I've got to take it all off again, unplug it, put the wires through it, and then plug it all in and do it all again. So I did it twice. So you could do it in half an hour easy.
Yeah, excellent.
Yeah.
And it was fairly easy to do? Or?
Yeah, very easy. Yeah, just need a 10mm socket and a T something, Torx, which I've got all those, so just a little Torx thing. So yeah, very easy, simple. Yep, no problem.
And the screen, is there some type of a connector where it all plugs in, or?
What it does, the screen standard has two big aluminium bosses off the back of the screen that go into two little slots in it, and it bolts up through the slots. So you pull that off, you pull your screen off, and this thing plugs into those two same sockets, so it's two areas, and it's got a bottom mount that's movable, and the screen just bolts up underneath that, basically. So you get the screen, you get your gadget and two bolts, and that's it. And the leather surround. Yeah, it's good. So
have you looked into whether it would affect your warranty at all? I presume.
I think with all these mods, they can only claim lack of warranty if that is what causes the problem.
Yeah, exactly.
So if my left front wheel falls off because I've put a different spoiler on the back end, they can't say it's voided your warranty.
Course, but if your screen goes black tomorrow, can they say it was because of? I suppose they can. Yeah.
Well, they would never know because I'll just put it back to standard before I took it there. Take me 10 minutes to change it. Sorry,
I wonder if there would be an entry in the logs when you unplug the screen.
There may well be. Don't know.
But you know what? They wouldn't notice because they'd have to when they pull logs, they need to have a time reference.
True. Otherwise, it's
they need to have a search field to look at either side.
Otherwise, looking for a needle in a haystack. Yeah.
And a big shout out to Elon. I know you're not going to bother to work out what Richard's VIN is to then tell the service centre that he's been naughty. So, you know, it's all good. And look, Elon's a fan of modifying cars. That's what he's done. He's modified, you know, from...
Well, the first Model S was, sorry, first Roadster was modified.
Yeah, look at the one behind you, Harold.
Yes.
That's highly modified.
He liked his Roadster so much he wanted to get rid of it like forever.
That's the fastest Roadster. Even the Generation 2 is not going to go as fast as that one.
Not in a pink fit. That's right. It's going faster than any car. Actually, that's probably true.
But you can't say any car on Earth. So you got to say any car full stop.
It's not the fastest car on Earth, no. It's the fastest car from Earth.
Oh, very good. Very good.
I've got one more question. The autonomous kit that you spend $10,000 on when you pick your car up, is that worth putting on at the moment, or do you think you should hold off for a couple of months till they release the US version, which apparently is a lot better than the Australian version?
Yes and no. The reason is when it gets better, its price will go up. But the good thing is it won't go up instantaneously without notice. You'll get at least a few days notice. So what you should do, well, first you've done the right thing, which is not buy it before you got the car, because otherwise it would eat into luxury car tax and stamp duty and all that sort of stuff. And actually, refreshingly, in the past, or for a certain period of time, Tesla had two prices. There was if you bought it new or if you bought it after. Well, after you've received the car. And what happened was those two prices ended up cancelling each other out, as far as it made no difference if you bought it for less when the car arrives or before it arrives, or if you buy it afterwards, because afterwards would cost more than the before, and then they would just add the luxury car tax and stamp duty, and there was no difference.
Yep.
But now there is a difference in that it costs the same before it arrives as the same as after it's been delivered. So you definitely do it afterwards.
Yeah.
But the only difference if you're driving daily, so I mean you're all new to this, but
yeah, a friend of mine got it in his car, and he says it won't read roundabouts and
yes. So your car will do full autopilot.
Yeah.
So it'll do lane keeping, lane assist, traffic aware cruise control. What it won't do is, if you're on the freeway and you want to change lanes, what the FSD cars can do is if you just blip on the indicator and you're on autopilot, it will automatically change lanes 99% of the time. A couple of times it fluffs it up. But if you're prepared to just click off autopilot and change lanes and then go back onto autopilot, that's you're saving $10,000 in doing that manual thing yourself.
Yeah, it's just
the other thing you get. Yeah, the other thing you get with full self-driving, and that should be in air quotes because there's no full self-driving. You fully drive it yourself, and it just helps you. Is automatic parking, which the automatic parallel parking is awesome. The automatic perpendicular parking is horrendous.
I wouldn't say horrendous. It's
well,
it's
not. I gave it 2 goes, and it just.
Apparently, there's a version in America that they're about to release that's a lot better. This whole autonomous thing is much better.
than version 9, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that right?
But
FSTV.
I was going to say,
go Richard. Go Richard for a sec. Go.
Yeah, I'll do it again. I've got full self-driving. I sold a few Tesla shares before, when they announced the next version. I thought, stuff it. So I did. I've seen parking assist once. I tried it today. I wanted to parallel park, and you meant to pull up at the right spot, put in reverse, and it should pop on your screen. Never does. Just never does. Doesn't work. I'm good at parallel parking, but I don't know why.
For me, it does it about 7 times out of 10.
Yeah, well, I've seen it once since I bought FSD a few months ago. Why is that?
It depends on the markings. I've gone to a shopping centre where.
No, not just the markings, Harold, because if you've got markings and there's cars 2 or 3 bays apart, it won't do it.
Yeah, no, I had a perfect situation.
It's got to be. There's only got to be one spot between the 2
spot.
cars.
Absolutely, just never sees it. Never sees it.
Do you drive past the spot a little bit?
Yep.
And how far from the cars are you?
2 foot.
Maybe a bit too close.
So Harold, if they release a new version and you bought the version now, will they give you the new version for free?
Well, yes. Yeah. So
it will be a free upgrade.
Yeah. So the good thing is, well, Pete and I and Richard have bought FS. You got FSD, haven't you, Pete? Yeah, you have. Yeah, we've all bought FSD for various different amounts of money, depending.
Right.
Because anyway, because of historical reasons, they were at different prices at different times.
Yeah.
So we will now not pay another cent for anything else that comes out. Even to the point,
but only on that car.
Until you change cars.
Only on that car.
Crazy.
And even to the point where.
So you're saying to me on my car, don't spend the money? Is that what you're saying? At the moment, you're saying don't spend the money on my car. The car
No. What I'm saying is, what we've spent the money.
Yep. We've invested in the future.
We've invested in it.
Oh, right. Okay.
And well, that's air quotes. And if and when it finally gets finished, we won't have to pay any more money. Now, you haven't bought it yet.
No.
And there's not to be honest, there's not a compelling reason to buy it per se right now. Like, in other words, it's $10,100. If you've got something better to do with $10,100 that can earn you money or whatever, or save you money, then you don't have to stress that suddenly you'll wake up in the morning and there'll be on Tesla's website or on the app on your phone, because once you get your car, and I've seen this in Osborne Park, this lady goes, I said, oh, have you got FSD? She goes, oh no, I'm going to get it now. And I said, oh, right, cool. My regret is I didn't video it. She opened her app on her phone and looked up upgrades. I think there's a section called upgrades. She pressed it. It then said available upgrade is FSD, costing $10,100 with a little thing that says buy now. So she just pressed buy now, and it says you're about to buy full self-driving for $10,100. Do you want to confirm? And she pressed confirm, and then it said transaction completed within about
30 seconds?
No, it was about 10 seconds. Her MCU screen went blank and then came back to life, then went blank again for a few more seconds, came back to life, and there it was, enabled. And her credit card had just been relieved of $10,100. It was as easy as that, all right? On her phone, using the My Tesla, the Tesla app.
Yeah.
But, so the good thing is, you won't have to worry about waking up in the morning to find out that suddenly it's gone to $14,000.
Right, they'll
Book
give
it
you
a few days' notice, and then you can decide then if you want to pay 10 sort of now and not 14, in a few days' time.
Yeah.
Or you could decide, well, it's still you know, it's not legal in Australia, blah, 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 you know, whatever, and still wait if you've got something better to do with that money.
And there may be another option. By the time it's 14,000 in Australia, we'll probably have the subscription option. So you may be able to choose to pay, what do you reckon, $200 a month, $300 a month?
Maybe 300 a month, which sounds expensive. But the good thing is you can just decide whether to dip in or dip out.
Yeah,
probably.
change it. Yeah.
And at the moment, to be honest, I think Tesla is sort of, they're getting a fair bit of money for the future features. Then, like, I don't personally think that automatic reversing, parking, and what they call navigate and autopilot, which is on freeways, which we don't have many of, that are considered automatic.
Get smart summon.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I know.
That's the most important feature.
Smart summon. You've seen videos of that where you can be, the car can be 50 meters away from you in a car park, and you tell it to come to you, and probably about half the time it does it really well, and then probably the other half it'll freak out and just stop, and then people will see this Tesla owner running to their car, sort of embarrassed, going, "Oh, I've got to save everyone from my car," because it's just sat there going nowhere. Smart summon, yeah, that's another feature.
Yeah, right.
But it's, in a sense, like I said, we've paid our 10 grand or whatever equivalent, and we would get the full self-driving. But at the moment, we've got nothing near that. We've got autopilot with extras, with benefits.
Yeah.
But we haven't got the, you know, I've just gone to the pub and down 6 pints, and I'm maggot asleep on the back seat, and my car's taken me there, and it'll just park in the driveway, and I'll just sleep all night and wake up with dribble coming out, you know.
Yeah, that's not going to be.
It's not going to happen. That's not going to happen for years, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, as in, sorry, happen that you can be maggot in the back seat, and you don't even need to have a license.
Yeah.
At the moment, we're all still strictly liable.
True level 5.
Yeah. Or even level 4, which is it'll drive by itself in restricted circumstances.
Yeah.
Without you being responsible for what it does.
No steering wheel.
Yeah.
What's the insurance like though? If you summons a car in a car park and your car runs into another car, or is there some sort of?
I don't think it's happened yet. Has it?
Not in Australia.
Has it happened anywhere in the world? Because I don't think it's happened.
Okay.
Because it's got 8 cameras, 12 ultrasonic sensors, and what will soon be removed, well, it is removed on the American
radar.
3 supplies now, is the radar. But yeah, 8 cameras and 12 sensors. So
yeah.
So here's a question for you. Do you think they'll turn our radar off when we get version 9?
Very good question.
To save electricity, to save power, and also to save phantom braking?
Yep.
Did you hear today that someone described that there was phantom braking on a model? It was Rob Mauer on Tesla Daily. He said that someone had just purchased a Model Y that was one of the ones without the radar, and they described the journey as not that pleasant. And there actually was phantom braking, which was ironic.
No, don't say that.
It's a work in progress. It's a work in progress. And in fact, Rob Mauer actually described what I went through with my brand new AP2 car there, the post Mobileye version of autopilot, where my car had no cruise control, no autopilot. It had nothing. It didn't even have the ultrasonic sensors, didn't even work. It had nothing worked for months. So at the moment, with these Ys and 3s coming out without the radar, they've nobbled some of the systems. So your autopilot, you can't use it beyond 110 k's an hour or something like that on the freeway.
75 miles an hour. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they said actually when it was raining, it was less than 55 miles.
Oh, wow.
I think that was one of the issues where it had stopped raining, but the road was still wet. So then it still nobbled itself and all that sort of stuff. But it's just a work in progress. But yeah, well, according to Elon, if the point is that the radar is being counterproductive because it's confusing and it's not the same data rate, and if he fully believes what he says, which is you're better off without it, then of course he'll turn it off. Absolutely, because that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, there are some conspiracy theories going, oh, maybe the radar unit is in short supply and he's sort of forcing them to turn it off because they can't get them anyway. But I don't believe it, because he's always said that a human being with just two jelly eyes in the front of their head can operate a car perfectly well, at least to the satisfaction of governments and insurance companies and everyone. Then
while being on a mobile phone and without sleep and half drunk and
and you know the irony of it's illegal to do this while you're driving, but it's fully legal to have that sitting in a hands-free console and you to be fully engaged with an intellectual conversation with someone. And as a bloke myself, I know that, well, you know the classic, if you're trying to navigate somewhere really difficult, you do stuff like you turn the radio off because you don't want any audio input and you're just concentrating on where do I go. So yeah, it is ironic that you can't hold this thing, but you can talk to it. But yeah, there's nothing better than, people texting. Oh, what did I just do then? Texting incessantly on their phones. It's just, it happens all the time.
You see it so much.
Yeah, and you're doing a Tesla because the awesome thing you're going to find, Jared, is when you're on autopilot, oh man. And I forget who it was that was describing driving a car in Europe. Like, it's the best thing as a tourist because this thing is driving itself down the road, basically. And you can then look around and you can afford to do that for a few seconds safely because you don't have to concentrate incessantly on the road.
Yeah.
Well, they actually did a study and found that drivers on autopilot had better situational awareness than and were actually more engaged and more they had a shorter response time than people who are actually driving. Because when you're driving, you've got to commit a part of your brain to having to make all those micro adjustments and you're just sort of focusing on the road. Whereas when the car's driving, you can, like Harold has said, you can sort of,
Scan.
Exactly.
You're like a CEO of the company overlooking the big picture. And you can see the boulder coming down the cliff because you're looking over that way and you're not incessantly looking at the center line going, am I still in the middle of the lane? It's so relaxing.
The way they did the study is they had a car with like a pink blow-up toy, like a dinosaur, whatever it was, and then they interviewed the drivers and said, did you notice, a pink blah, blah, and and the ones that were on autopilot noticed it a lot more often than the ones that were driving. So
they do that with the basketballers, where they tell people to keep an eye on the ball as it's being passed around these, say, half a dozen basketballers, and then this gorilla just walks across the scene. And of course, when you haven't seen this for the first time or before, when it's your first time looking at it, you all get sucked into this illusion. It's not an illusion, it's just your brain just literally does not...
Your brain taking shortcuts.
Yeah, it just does the easy processing, which is let's just follow this basketball. And this full-on guy in a gorilla suit just walks across, even looks at the camera, virtually waves, and then goes across. And when you see the same footage the second time, you go, that's bullshit. That's like, and there's a full-on gorilla.
We did that in one of our work training courses to illustrate exactly that. It was actually a driving course for off-road driving, and yeah, unreal. You're like, how on earth did we all miss that?
And it wasn't a gorilla, it was a naked woman, wasn't it?
I would have seen that.
Good response, Richard. That was a trick question from Richard, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, so Jared, don't stress.
Yeah, I won't race out.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And at the moment, it's just a value judgment whether you want to enjoy the features. And look, the other feature too is that we mentioned earlier, much earlier, is it will stop all by itself at traffic lights.
Yeah.
Sorry, red traffic lights. Frustratingly, it will also actually stop at green ones unless there's a car in front. It'll give you like a ding, like a little chime. And then all it wants you to do is just pull back on the stalk. Is it pull back or push down? I'm not sure on the Model 3.
Push down.
Push down.
Push down or press the accelerator.
Yeah, I press my accelerator.
And it's effectively, it just wants to know that you're paying attention because...
Well, it's not confident enough to make the decision that it needs a second verification that the light is in fact green and that it is looking at the correct green light. So it gets that from a leading car or from the driver at the moment. So, but the idea is that with the next iteration, it won't need that second confirmation.
Yes, absolutely. It's a little bit like with what's called Navigate and Autopilot, where it will effectively, like I said, on freeways, it'll go on an off-ramp, usually correctly, sometimes not. Or it'll, anyway, it has a few little minor issues. But it used to be that there's a setting where you can get it to change lanes automatically along the journey.
Right.
Not just the off-ramp, but along the journey. And
effectively overtake cars.
Yes, so it can overtake cars. So it can effectively overtake cars if they're going slowly or whatever.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know about any of the other guys, but I've just turned that the confirmation to on. So it'll ask permission, and I've got to like pull down the stalk or pull it back or whatever to grant it permission to change lanes, because sometimes it gets it wrong. Like it'll pick the wrong lane. Like there's an off ramp in a kilometre, and it tells you to go into the right hand lane, and you know that it's not ever going to make it back to the left hand lane in time because it can't. So I've turned the confirmation to on, so it means it'll go, I suggest we change lanes, and I'll go, yeah, okay, and you pull the stalk and you tell it you can.
Yeah.
But it's still nice to see it change lanes sort of by itself after that.
Yeah.
It's cool.
I've got my confirmations turned off. I just let it do its thing.
Oh, really?
But, and I've always had it like that. But if when it does do something silly, I just flick it off.
Yeah.
And take over. Yeah.
But Jared, I didn't get full self-driving, but they had a time, and they'll probably do it again, where you could buy enhanced autopilot for half price. So I did that, and that gave you Navigator on most of the features, and I really liked that. So I thought, stuff it up, put my hand in the wallet again, and get the whole thing. But yeah, for $5,000, you could get all the things they're talking about, basically.
Okay.
But with the full self-driving, you're future-proofing it.
Yeah. Just a friend of mine he bought it when he got his car a couple of months ago, and he just said it's good, but then he says it's just when he gets to roundabouts, it doesn't know where it's going, and some parts he doesn't understand. And then he's done research and saying in America at the moment they're about to release the new version, and apparently it's spot on, really, really switched on.
Well, Jared, there's a guy on YouTube in the US. He's part of the testing program. So initially it was roughly about 1,000 or 800, and now it's about 2,000 people that have got this later version. It's not even the version 9; it's the later version 8.
It's beta.
What's that?
Yeah, it's the beta version 8. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a guy on YouTube that's recorded a 5-hour trip. So the car leaving his driveway, roundabouts, turning left and right on traffic lights, going around obstacles on the road, parked cars and going around those, and He only had to overtake in a niche situation in a car park for about 20 seconds. But basically, apart from that, the car did basically everything over that whole 5-hour period. And he's recorded the whole 5 hours. So, yeah. So,
yeah, I'll definitely wait now. Definitely wait and move forward on it when it's time.
Yeah, and like I said several times, the good thing about if you do decide to wait, you don't have to stress about getting an unpleasant surprise as the price goes up. There will be at least a few days' notice where you can think about it a bit more intently.
Harold, I would think that you'd have to be like we are, a bit keen, and we're into the Tesla scene just about every day. If someone's not, they just bought a car, how are they going to know that in a week's time it's going to go up?
For instance, I'll send out an email instantly as soon as we get the slightest sniff.
Yeah, that's a good thing about. I've learned more in the last 2 days from this club than I've learned in the last 6 months dealing with Harry at Tesla. I mean, we went for a test drive last Saturday, and the Irish girl on the counter couldn't tell me where the USB-C outlets were on the car until the other guy came across and said, yes, there is some there, because the Irish girl said there's not. And then I got a phone call on Tuesday from the guy works at Tesla saying, how did you enjoy your test drive? And I said, yeah, it was great. Now, can I talk to you about, would you like to do another test drive? I said, no, I'll just pick my car up on Friday. Oh, you're buying a car? Yes. So, yeah, pretty interesting.
Well, it's interesting. You're getting your car very soon. As I described, I waited 1,309 days for my car, and I'd read everything. I'd looked at every YouTube, and I knew everything about. I got in the car and I freaking freaked out. I didn't know what to do.
That's what I'm expecting, kind of thing. But I've had 2 test drives, so I'm okay.
Oh, so you're better than I. Mine was just delivered on the flatbed, and then I had to flatten the tire. Yeah.
We ordered ours in January, though. In fairness, we ordered in January, so we waited 6 months.
Which year? Oh, this year. All right.
This year. Yeah,
that's because you've got a performance, Jared.
Sorry?
You've got a performance, haven't you?
Performance, yeah.
Yeah, because you were in that zombie zone where I think Tesla had decided to stop producing them at Fremont, but not yet produce them at Shanghai. So you're in this.
Correct. That's why we had to wait.
Yeah.
We could have got a long reach 3 months ago, but after driving the performance, I was like, no, if we're going to do this, we're doing this. I'm not doing that. So
yeah,
I was like, yeah.
Are you getting? Have you got the black or the white interior?
Black interior. Black, yeah, I couldn't do the white. I'd find that a bit too dirty after a period of time.
It's fantastic. You just got baby wipes and clean straight off. It's great.
Yeah, with the black interior and the red colour.
Oh, yeah, the red. Cool.
The red. Yeah, I like the red.
So I would get it PPF coated, and if you're going to do that, do it straight away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, next week,
Yeah, you book it in with someone because, and then you won't regret it, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident about it. We've ordered a cover for it because it was sitting in the garage a couple of days a week because we both have work cars that we use. So, yeah, we bought a cover for it because we don't want to get dust and crap all over it. But
yeah, it's okay, mate, because whatever you do, don't put that on the car before you got covered with PPF because you'll scrap it.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I'll wait.
And Jared, if you're picking up your car on Friday, I'd be looking at booking it tomorrow because a lot of the places will probably have a 2-3 week wait, especially before they can get you in.
Yeah, good call. I'll do that tomorrow. Good idea. Yeah, we're not going to drive it. We'll drive it this weekend. We're probably going to come out to the social visit and see the other Teslas on the Sunday, and that's the first day that we're kind of really drive. We're picking up on Friday. We'll drive Friday a little bit. Saturday, I've got a big show on at Optus Stadium. We do the lighting for the new Dreamtime show, so I'm on that all day. And then, Sunday we'll be driving a fair bit, not say Monday, but then, we want to get the paint protection on before we...
I tell you, those 3 days where it's been having the film put on are bloody awful.
Yeah, you can't have it.
Because you've got your new girlfriend and you can't take her out.
Yeah.
Did you have withdrawal symptoms, Richard?
I did. It was awful.
Counting down the minutes, so she's very, very excited. I told her that I'd buy a Tesla, but she didn't realise I did say a Tesla, but I bought a battery. And then she's like, "What?" And I said, "We're getting a Tesla, another battery." And so I had to turn around and finally get the Tesla.
So now you should have said, "We're getting another battery. This one's got to be on wheels."
Exactly right. So, one thing that was finding interesting was the insurance. So when we quoted around insurance, we wanted full cover, replacement of the car, and basically a $1,000 excess. We got ROC came down to $1,300 for the year, which was kind of good. SGO wanted $4,200.
Yeah,
which
I'd query that.
Ooh.
I'm paying $880 for mine.
ROC.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
When is your insurance up for renewal, Richard?
Mine. I think I just paid it a couple of months ago.
Oh, okay. Because mine was fairly low too, and then with the renewal, it went up quite a lot. And I had no claims, no error points, nothing had happened. Yeah. So, yeah.
Well, no, I've had my car. Well, it had 12 months insurance, so it would have been November. So it's coming up again in November. So.
Yeah. Okay.
$1,000 excess, Richard.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. That's what we are, and it's $1,300.
Well, it's interesting because you get someone else on the phone, you might get a different answer.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
It can happen.
Yeah, the SGIO one was I couldn't believe it. I mean, my house is insured with SGIO for $600,000 for the house and $450,000 for contents, and that cost me $1,800 a year. Including and I get accidental cover, accidental insurance as well in the house. But to insure the Tesla at $100,000, they wanted $4,200.
But you very, very rarely crash your house.
Can happen.
Or drive it for that matter.
You can break a windscreen. Well, the windscreen on the Tesla would be surely very expensive.
Oh yeah.
When I broke the windscreen on the Sahara, it was nearly $3,000 because they spent another $800 to realign the cameras that Toyota had to do, and it had to be a Toyota windscreen. It couldn't be an aftermarket windscreen, and that came close to about $2,800. I think it was all up. Oh, it was covered by insurance, but I can't imagine what the glass roof on a Tesla would cost.
Actually, to Tesla's credit, they their cameras, they actually there's a button that there's a button you can press to auto calibrate. So they must have done that with the knowledge that people would be getting third-party windscreens.
Oh no, yeah, they would. My insurance clearly knew that I had to have a Toyota windscreen and a Toyota technician to adjust the cameras, and it wouldn't be covered under Toyota's warranty if I put an aftermarket windscreen on.
There you go. There's my insurance. $850.
Wow, that's crazy.
And that's the same. $1,000 excess.
Yeah.
Whatever.
That's great.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'd query that. Yeah, and that's for agreed value $100,715.
Yeah, just watch just make sure you don't flick an address because I can't be bothered editing it out, Richard. But I will if I have to.
I don't think you did. I don't think.
No, it's fine. No, I didn't say anything there. It's what we're talking.
Thanks, Richard, for that. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Yeah, Gerald, just check with them that they're applying the low emissions vehicle discount.
Yeah,
which I think is quite a bit. I think it's about
25%. I was told.
Yeah.
Is that for the first year only, or is it?
It was 1 year. Yeah, $1,300 was 1 year, and it came down. It was $1,700 to start with because it was a $500 excess, and to make it a $1,000 excess brought it down to $1,300.
Yeah. So I meant to ask Pete: is the low emissions discount? Is that only in the first 12 months?
I don't know, Harold. To be honest,
I think it might wear out. As in wear
that would then explain why my policy jump after the first year. Yeah.
So, Richard, yours is the first year or yours?
Well, that was February 21. I got my car. I don't know what happened. Anyway, there's still. I've had the car more than a year.
Yeah. Right.
You've had it 2 years, I think, Richard. No, that can't be right.
And yours was September 19 as well?
Mine was November 19 because yeah, I ordered it with the black interior and I wanted the white, and then they suddenly released the white and I had to go back on the waiting list.
There you go.
So there you go.
Do you mean to say you're at the head of the queue?
I was.
1,300 days later, you went to the back of the queue.
Something like that, yeah.
That
I love the white though. The white is superb.
Story. It could be a movie actually, Richard. Could be a new movie coming out.
A long one.
Oh yeah, well that's another. Yeah.
Dear. I was going to do a very neat segue to the car that we all really want, which is the Cybertruck, but I'm going to leave that till.
I'm actually ordering mine on Friday.
Good. Nice. Oh, yeah. Well, you're going to have to take a number because.
I'm paying the $150 and I'm ordering it with Harry on Friday.
Excellent. And we're going to mention the 610 miles and the 20,000 pounds and
yeah, 7-ton towing.
This will be a shout out. This will be a shout out to Damon and Joseph, Ashley, Elon. But I've got. I'm not going to do it tonight because there's just too much to go through. But
Are you ordering yours tonight as well?
I've got the patents of the structural battery pack to talk about the tonneau cover with solar panels and stuff.
Yeah.
And the other stuff is the towing feature. So I'll just go and open this one.
7 tons, isn't it?
Oh, towing, yeah. But this this is the one where basically, whoops, it went the other side. Not that side. I'll just flick through these.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
This one. So that's probably a better view. See how you got the attach buttons? So what it means is you can basically park your Cybertruck in front of your caravan or whatever or trailer, and it'll optically see the ball, and then you just press attach, and it'll probably reverse, maybe adjust its suspension height so that the ball, it might go underneath the receptacle, maybe, or just go very close to it and automatically attach.
Auto hitch.
Auto hitch.
So this is just a preview. I'm going to repeat it next week because it'll be a good thing to do as like a bit of a special. But then you've also got these other features such as, oh yes, this one. So you identify the passenger in the vehicle, you store the information about their face so you can recognize the face, and then you receive indications of the preferences of the passenger.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
And you associate it. So what that is really doing is your settings. So whether the passenger likes lumbar support,
your personalized profile.
Yes.
So facial recognition gives you the personal profile.
Exactly. And for instance, you can identify the passenger, determine their location of a portion of a passenger's face, e.g. the eyes, and then adjust the mirrors based on where it is. Right?
Oh, you got to love that.
And yeah. Oh, that's something else. This thing, I don't think I've got the text of this, but this is in their patent. So this is also on their website, but this is like their camper type thing, and this is like a cooktop, and they've actually described things of, I think it says that bit there says steak. So you can turn the stove top on and you can set the temperature high, medium, low, or what kind of food you're cooking on it, which will probably
presumably you can do that off the app as well. They were saying you can do it off the screen, but presumably you can do it off the app too.
Yep. And this is whether you're a passenger or a driver, and they can put the icons either on the driver's side or the passenger side. So if you just hop in the passenger seat, a bit like you, Richard, where you've swiveled your screen, well, this will actually change the icons. So you know you've got stuff on 1/3 of the screen to the other, depending, like in Europe, it's on the other side. This patent will do it one way or the other, depending on where you're sitting. The other thing too is it actually tracks. There's another version where it tracks your face, and if you want the aircon to blow in your face, it'll follow your face, or it'll avoid it, depending on how you've set it.
This was my son's suggestion about 2 weeks after we got the car. because he said he can see where my face is because it's got the outline of the head is rendered, but it's not moving around. But there's an internal camera, so
yep,
it should be able to follow me.
So this is identify passenger vehicle, output air by the HVAC, determine location of the portion of the passenger's body, e.g. face, adjust output air based on tracking of location.
Yeah.
I.e. either in the face if you want it or not in your face. See, and all this stuff comes out of the patent information that Tesla doesn't bother to tell you. Like, it's a bit like the Roadster last week when they said on the placard at the
museum.
Yep. This thing in SpaceX mode can do 1.0 to 100 k's an hour in 1.1 seconds. And as Pete rightly said last week, every other car manufacturer would have been screaming that, you know, from the mountaintops.
Absolutely.
And in Tesla, it's just like a little footnote on a little placard at a museum. But yeah, there's go on.
I was just going to say, just a quick one. I noticed a news headline: Model Y has overtaken Model 3 in global EV sales.
I was going to mention that, and I thought, oh yeah, that's right, exactly. In April. So
Yeah,
Model 3 is number one,
correct.
in 2021, but in April, Model Y has overtaken it.
Yeah.
What's really annoying is it's
Richard
so
will be
popular in
rubbing his
China.
heads together because I think he's got a few bets going that way too.
It's annoying that it's so popular in China, because if it wasn't, then they'd have opened up right-hand drive sales quicker.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could have a tote and we could all be wrong as to when it's going to come here.
Hey, another two more things to mention is maybe next week is the recall for the brake calipers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for Model 3s and Ys, but only Model 3s for us. Apparently it affects about 6,000 cars from December 18 to March 21.
That's to inspect bolts, isn't it? I think.
Yes, because it has. I don't think it's been tightened to spec, so it may come loose. Yeah. And yeah, the EV credits that's passed. You know, the 7,500 in the US.
Has that passed?
Oh, yeah.
No, it's only been moved from the lower house, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Cool.
But yeah, it looks like there's a very good chance that it's going to pass as is. So.
Is that like Victoria, where they?
Sorry, US.
Joe Biden.
It's a payment. It's a payment.
But Victoria at the moment are giving you $3,000 if you buy an electric car.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yes. Yeah.
And then taking it back
Going
again.
to give you something?
And take it back again, exactly.
Yeah. Hungry Jack's voucher.
This is a quick preview of the Cybertruck tonneau cover.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like that, right? And the internals is it's rolled up in here and it goes up to there. Now, what's interesting, and we're going to do this next week, but what's interesting is that's kind of precluding any possibility of having ventilation going into.
Oh, that's a good point.
Into the back, because that's the back window. And this, if it's look, they might change it so that this roll is bigger, so then this can go down lower, so you can have air sneaking in or something. Because otherwise, it's probably full width.
Because remember, Elon said on Twitter that you could have HVAC in the vault. So when you're camping or sleeping in there, you can have camp mode. Yeah.
That's a bit of a worry. But then maybe, look, in my car, they've actually got a flexible duct that's made of like, well, it's so weak, it's just unbelievable, but it does work. So they might still be able to sneak air just along the skin. Like.
Oh, yeah, okay. It's through the exoskeleton.
Yes, yeah, exactly. But then they've got, these are the actual slats, which are quite advanced because they're actually cast.
Wow.
They're like die cast. And see number 448, this thing's actually a seal. So it's actually sealing, so that makes that bit watertight. Where of course this one, because it's bent, it's going around a curve, it hasn't fully engaged. So that's like a flexible neoprene or something seal, which is pretty cool.
And that's pretty strong. If you remember on Jay Leno's show, Elon was, you know, well, he wasn't jumping on it, but he was standing on it.
Yes, well, I've actually got, I downloaded I've got a link to the actual patent listing, and one of its claims was that it is able to withstand I think they called it abuse, in the form of a 95 kilogram person standing on it.
Right.
So I guess that pegs Elon's maximum weight. He can't be more than 95 kilos.
Do you know the thing that worries me about that though is just the, you know, inevitably a load of crap is going to end up getting wound up right in that mechanism, and I just well, I'm not clear on how, you know, that could be cleaned out.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I guess it's like many things. There'll probably be drain holes or something with dirt or.
Sandy Munro said something about that. He's had a lot to do with that sort of system. He said they're very reliable.
Really? Okay.
Themselves clean. Yep. He said it's just not a problem.
All right.
Yeah, cool.
Oh, if he said that, I'm not worried then.
Well, you can see on this image, I mean, obviously this bit's some sort of guide or whatever, and you've got bearings or at least collets or something. So it's been very well thought out. The other part of the wording, I haven't got it on here, but the wording of the patent also mentions the solar panels. So it does contemplate having panels on those slats, solar cells.
I wonder how that would then change the rigidity and the, you know, the structure. Well, the structure would probably still be the same, but
there'd be a little recess, and you know, actual silicon's pretty thin, and even with the glass overlay, it's actually, as a composite, it's quite thin. So I dare say they just stick it straight on top.
Sure, but yeah, I know. But what I mean is, if someone's, you know, stomping or standing on it, you might develop micro cracks in the silicon.
Yeah, no doubt. Yes. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, Elon said it, and it's obvious. It's just physics. You've only got 3 square meters, perhaps, of area. So even at the most efficient panels, you'd be struggling to get 700 watts,
which is nothing.
Which is, in a car that needs, say, a Cybertruck would probably need 200 watt hours per kilometer. So you're doing 2 or 3 kilometers per hour charging.
Yeah.
Depends what sort of panel he brings out.
So it's
could be a super panel. Could be like a 800 watt panel.
There's only so many joules you can fit in that.
Well, actually, the panel that when I was researching,
He can make a rocket land itself. He can make a panel.
Well, when I was
mind to it, he can make a panel.
That's it. Go, Pete.
No, so when I was researching our solar system about 11, 12 years ago, the panel that I wanted to go for was one that had passive tracking. So a solar panel is most efficient if the incidence angle is at 90 degrees. So you've got the light coming at a 90-degree angle and hitting the silicon at 90 degrees. So there was this company in California, and they got, I can't remember their name now, a Cylindra. And they got quite a bit of funding from the Californian government to try and commercialize a panel. And rather than having the silicon flat or even edged, they would have it on rolls. And so irrespective of where the sun was in the sky, it would always hit a portion of the cylinder at a 90-degree angle. And if the other portions that it would hit at a non-90-degree angle, it would reflect and then hit the other cylinder and reabsorb the light. Yeah. And it was about, I can't remember, it was about 30% or 40% more efficient than a traditional panel. And I thought, well, that's the panel for me. That's what I want. but then I did some numbers, so it was 30 or 40% more efficient, but cost about 60 or 70% more. And I thought, well, what's the point? I'll just put more of the standard panels on a flat roof. And obviously, a lot of other people made that same calculation because they went out of business not long after, so which is a shame. But yeah, for this, maybe that's maybe something like that. You know, if that's 700 watts, if you can increase that by 30%, you're at a kilowatt.
That's not too bad. Or especially if you're camping. So not so much for motive, like if you're driving, but if you're camping, it'll run all your accessories and all that sort of stuff.
Well, rather than repark your car every couple of hours so that the sun's hitting it at a good angle.
Yeah.
Hang on, we could do a patent for that, Pete. We should patent that now before we put it on YouTube.
You could call it rather than Smart Summer, it'd be Smart Aim.
Smart as.
and that wouldn't work either. Hey Jared, I've got a thing I want to show you.
Yeah.
This is the car cover I had for my Lotus Evora.
Oh, nice.
It doesn't touch the car at all. You drive it in and then you drop it back. Do you want it as a present? Because I'll never use it again. If your car's going to be,
we've already got the cover, but thank you. That's pretty cool.
I had it rigged up so I just drive into the car, get out, and then I had a little pulley thing. I just had a couple of bits of cord holding it, and you just drop it and zip it up, and because it was a black car, it just gets dust like you wouldn't believe. This just kept it dust free. Because it didn't drive this one every day, so
that's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, we put in our garage. We got new roller doors put in, B&D sealed ones, insulated, and it stopped a fair bit of the dust. It's
right.
It's only when I mow the lawn in summer and I blow the dust up everywhere and get the blower out that it ends up sitting with dust on it. So,
how good does that Elise look, by the way?
No, that was an Evora. I'll show
Evora,
you.
Was it?
I'll just show you. I was going to show you something. Where is it? So the first going to show you was that's what I did to my lease on Reed Highway, but that's another story. So that was me.
The problem is it's awesome, very very streamlined there.
It was very streamlined. It's got a nice. It actually didn't have the rear panel, the diffuser on it at that stage. I was bedding in a new motor, and that happened.
Did that crush the cabin? The roof?
No, not at all. No, it was fine. I crawled. It's good because there's a little ditch just there that I crawled out of.
The roof was in the ditch.
Yeah. So
so
that was when I was racing it at Wildcatcham.
That's right. So the lease had two sets of round lights like the Ferrari F40.
No, I don't think that. No, that was my Evora. I bought after I wrecked the red one.
I think I've seen that go around the Cappuccino strip in Fremantle a few thousand times.
Wouldn't be this one. Anyway, that's ancient history. So,
wow.
So there you go. I just thought you might want that car cover, but anyway, if anybody wants it, they can have it.
Thanks, Richard. That's very kind of you.
Pleasure. You ever change your mind?
Yeah. I think on that note, it's getting a bit on.
Oh,
yeah, I've got to get to.
What happened to the time?
Yeah, what happened?
I know. Well, we had so much fun, and the good thing is, poor old Damon has to watch us in half-hour slabs, and we just did the whole swim through. We just,
Harold, sorry, I did have one further question. You know that link that you sent out for Tesla member benefits? When does that expire?
24 hours after the link.
No, it's no, they're not going to. It's still current. I don't actually know, to be honest. But I dare say it'll be good for the next few weeks.
Yeah, okay. No, it's just that I'm too late to. I want to order stuff, but it's too late now. I just want to make sure that it wasn't, for a week or something.
Oh no! But you've sent your details. You click the link.
No, I haven't done that yet.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, don't worry. No, it'll be good for another few more weeks.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry,
that's cool.
Maybe another couple of weeks to register.
Okay. No, thanks for doing all that. There's a lot of work there. Much appreciated.
Yeah, no worries. I just want it to be as frictionless as possible because to say, just get your referral code, it's like, well, if you're not familiar with it, like I certainly wasn't. It's like, well, how do you press your loop button and you do this and that and all that sort of stuff. one thing I mentioned last week, which I'm mentioning this week, which I will do something about next week, is the Engage platform. So we did a preview of that last week, which is basically a duplication of our website on Tesla's website. So you actually go to engage.tesla.com. And in fact, just before we go to bed, I'll just do a very quickie, another preview of it.
And it's about 2 weeks to get that Type 2 cable, Harold?
Yes, it's coming about 2 weeks, unfortunately.
One question I did have on that, what is the law on the testing tagging of that cable? Does anyone check you on that?
No, because tagging, that's a trade type building site, mine site policy.
Yeah.
So for instance, if you have a toaster at home,
yeah, no one's going to say
no one ever tags it. You buy it once and you have it for 10 years, and then the cord frays or something and it stops working.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking
mine site, construction site, there's an obligation to test for that. Well, they're not testing for electrical safety. They are optically looking at this device to go, does it look like it's intact?
Right.
Because you're not measuring, you're not testing continuity. You're just optically inspecting it formally and saying that after my inspection, I find this thing to be sound.
Yeah. And
I think, Richard, you know more about this than me, but there are different tags. You can tag stuff for 3 months or 12 months, depending on
you can
power or use or portability or whatever. So I don't know. So all of this stuff is domestic. It's all domestic stuff.
Yeah, right. So no one's going to pull you up on that.
I mean, as a matter of interest, I mean, for instance, Tesla superchargers, the nozzles, they're not tagged. None of that's tagged. You know, but if you go to a building site, everything has to be tagged.
Yeah, correct.
And in fact, actually, if you go to a retirement home, a nursing home,
if
you bring in anything that's secondhand, that's not brand new.
Yeah, it's be tagged.
They have to tag it. You bring in a TV, an older, when it's a year old, someone's got to go and tag it, and stuff like that.
So, everything at our work, 3 months, or gets not chucked, but no use in that anymore.
But it's not tested; it's just inspected. But it's inspected thoroughly. So this is our Engaged site. So this actually is Tesla's main domain, but it's engage.tesla.com, and that's us there.
Oh, cool.
With all our posts.
Right.
So we went to PowerPlay. You wouldn't know this, Jared, sorry. But we did this, how long ago? That was about 2 months, or no, 6 weeks ago, Pete?
Yeah, it was, it was about early May. I think it was 2nd of May, something like that.
I think I've actually got, Silly Yanks have got the thing backwards. It was the 2nd of
May, yeah.
Sorry, yeah. That's the thing is, Tesla's an American company, so all this website stuff, it's in American format. They haven't internationalized it properly, so the date format's backwards and stuff.
Oh yeah.
But anyway,
it's good they acknowledge the club here. That's for sure. That's good.
Oh yeah, they have. Yeah, absolutely. So all of this is and look, and Tesla does, to their credit. To be honest, I think originally the owners clubs, they treated owners clubs a few years ago as a potential source of inconvenience or problems or issues that they thought had to be managed as a risk. But in fairly recent times, perhaps the last 12 months or 18 months, they've really realized the value of the clubs and the value they bring.
Yeah.
And they're actually now an asset to be promoted and helped along. And it's not a threat or anything. It's actually a real asset.
Oh, 100%. I've learned more in 2 days, like I said, than in 6 months.
And that's
Harry's a really nice salesman and does a really good job as a sales guy. But didn't have half the knowledge that I have now. That's for sure.
But he hasn't got the time. The thing is, they haven't. Their KPIs are they've got to bang out 100 test drives a week.
Yeah.
They don't have that. They just don't have the time.
No, I can tell that.
Whereas we've got the time because we've got the passion, because these things are awesome. These cars, the only thing better than seeing 100 cars, 100 Teslas on the road is seeing, 1,000. It's
exactly.
We joke that Model 3s are common as muck, and they kind of are, and that's awesome. We want them to be the Commodores and Falcons of Perth,
Yeah.
And don't forget also, we'll go to work tomorrow morning and we'll be doing something else for 8 hours, whereas he's doing this, in every half an hour, another phone call off.
He's been fantastic
over and over.
I've rang him on his phone and he answers my name and he stored my number and answers a lot of questions. But sometimes you just don't feel that you can say, oh, what's the deal with this, or it just doesn't. You feel that he's that rushed. You know what I mean? So.
And there's
Jared,
what he can say too. So.
And Jared, you don't even know what questions to ask yet.
No, well, I'm learning more and more every day. Like I said, I've changed my power bill. Last night, going to that meeting last night was fantastic. Learned so much. Changed my power consumption today because of it. Learned more about Tesla today. And now I'll be hassling RAC tomorrow to make sure I get a better deal. So who knows what will happen. So
known unknowns, and there are.
I'll see you all on Sunday. So.
Yep, and there are unknown unknowns, and they're the ones that bite you. That's the ones you don't know. But that's cool because that's our job, and we do a fairly good job. But sometimes we forget. It's like, that synergy thing. Yeah, got to mention synergy because it's a tightly kept secret.
Yeah. Oh, you can see that.
If I was a state government and wanted to spend money, as soon as you got the rego papers, you should get a letter that says, by the way, did you know that congratulations on your EV, you can get cheaper electricity.
Well, congratulations on your 3 batteries. You can do this instead. No one told me that.
No, they would have got Jared. They were going to go to you. Congratulations on all that extra inverter capacity. We want to charge you a capacity usage charge.
Correct. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
On that note, it was good that we ended with a rant at Western Power, and
it was funny that the whole crowd they all had a complaint with Western Power. Like, they all know the same thing.
That's it.
I still think they're very corrupt. As an organisation,
No, they're not corrupt. They just look at it's just the way they can't help it. It's just what they are.
So out of date. That's for sure.
Exactly. It's the crocodile. What was it? The crocodile. That fable of the crocodile and the something on its back. And the two of them, if they cooperated, they'd both make it to the other side. And the crocodile promised not to eat the whatever it was, and then it did eat it, and it said, "Well, I can't help myself. I'm just a crocodile or something." I'll figure how that fable goes.
I'm just Western Power.
That's right. That's it. All right. On that note, for everyone watching on YouTube, please like and subscribe. Hit the notification bell. Shout out to Damon with the burnt orange Model X. Ashley, Joseph. Someone called Hosni Mubarak, and I'm sure that's not your real name, but it's a good student in many ways. And thanks for the questions, actually. That's really good. It helps the algorithm along. Thanks to Joe and the kids for being asleep, and Joe for working late. And everyone else here, thanks for coming. We'll see you we see you on Sunday.
Sunday.
Casual meetup.
What time's that?
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
At the CY O'Connor on Wharton Road, off the top of my head. And also back again next Wednesday for another Ask Us Anything. So in the meantime, look after yourselves. It's been fun.
And keep an eye out on Saturday's paper. Jürgen might be in there, hopefully, on Saturday, in the motoring section under the My Wheels section.
Richard, are you going to be there on Sunday?
I don't know. Probably not. Which Richard?
Yourself. I'd like to see the mods that you're doing.
I'll see if I can get there. We'll see. I'm not sure what Sunday's bringing. We'll see.
We'll all be there.
Just turn up, Richard the second or the third, whatever. Richard. You're in a car.
Richard the Third sounds
You're
good.
in a Tesla. You'll drive by itself and drive you back. Just
I can send the car. I've got full self-driving. I can send my car down even if I can't make it. Yeah, see you guys.
yeah, send it for a party.
We all dream, don't we? Huh?
See you guys.
And if not
All right.
next time, yeah. All right. Take
Yeah.
care.
All right.
We'll see you next week.
See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
See you
See
Sunday.
you guys. Cheers.